Mr. President.
How are you?
Nice to meet you, sir. Again.
God bless you.
I must. Chief Priest.
Yes, sir. Your Excellency.
How are you? How are you?
Very well, sir.
Good to see you.
Chief Priest.
Chief Priest.
Yes.
Lucky to be. That said, your father didn't tell you the truth. Your mother didn't tell you the truth. We don't know where the war started from and all that. I know you would say there was a trigger somewhere, but at the same time, we are not there anymore in the sense that we are not here to hold any captives, you know. We are not here to know who was right or who was wrong. What we are here for now is how to make sure that at the end of all of these things, we get our results. Because in all of these, we are being result oriented. I think that's why most of us are here. You know, I think that's why someone like Mr. Deji will spend his time to host this spaces, comrade, and their time and all that. We are not here to bicker over ourselves and all that, you know. So I don't know who will be next on the queue now. I think Gaba Baba. I think you have the mics. I
No,
think you're
I'm the
next.
one.
Go ahead.
I'm the one. I'm the
All
one.
right, go ahead. Go ahead, please.
No, I'm the
Thank you.
one. You told me to wait for Mr.
Oh
Lua and the
yes,
other
Dapo.
people.
Yes, please. Dapo Invest. Please go ahead. After Dapo Invest, Gabal Baba will go. Thank you. Please let's just keep it short to 5 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. Big ups to everyone. Thanks for the space. Thanks for allowing me to speak. I think a lot of things need to be looked at. I'll start from, do we need a coalition? 100% yes. And I'll give you perspectives to that. In the 2019 governorship elections in Oyo State, I was in Ibadan at the time. Before that time, leading up to it, 2017, 2018, when everything was getting heated up, the opposition came together and said, Ajimobi won his second term in 2015 with just 32% of the vote, which means the people actually rejected him. But because the opposition were all foolish to think that they can all go on their own. Oh, I don't want to bow to this. Yeah, no. I have name. This one I have name. This one I have name. All of them all contested and they destroyed that vote. You can imagine an incumbent coming back to power with just 32% of the vote. That shows clearly that there was a vote of no confidence from the people. But because the opposition were not aligned, an incumbent came back into power with 32% of votes. That is the most ridiculous thing you will ever hear anywhere. So when 2019 was coming, PDP in Oyo State decided we are not going to be foolish again. Whatever it takes to bring together the other people, we will do it. I know the meetings that went on with ADC, Lanley, all the big wigs, and they decided to come together. Guess what happened? The governor that is there now, who is doing the second term now, Seyi Makinde, won with almost 200,000 votes. I think he had 500 and something thousand. And APC, the current Minister of Power, Adelabu, had 350,000. Now, in state elections, that is enough margin for the incumbents, even though they are the ones in power, not to be able to wipe it off. Also, Seyi Makinde was the popular candidate then. When the popular candidate has massive votes, you can't wipe it off. Now we are talking about national elections. I don't know how many people knows here. By the way, I'm an Obi supporter, but I won't call myself obedient because there's something about that word, But I love Obi and I believe in him more. But there's something people do not know. 2019 elections, Atiku won that elections. I was very, very, very close to a lot of people in the PDP situation room and everything. He won, as a matter of fact, he won that election with almost 2 million votes, but they wiped it off. Once the northern states that had the big votes were coming, they were just cutting his votes,
Sorry,
and they wiped them.
just to box in, my brother Dapo. That was the first instant that we talked about an INEC server. Where people claim that the results they saw in the server was actually that Atiku actually won, and the INEC chairman election now, the NATO does, oh, now there is a server. So please just go ahead. I just wanted to refresh our minds. Go ahead.
Yeah. So if people know, many people don't know this. Atiku won the elections fair and square. He won it fair and square. But enough, and they declared Buhari because it was a do or die affair for them. Buhari had to win. So when it comes to being somebody that can get the number of votes needed to win an election, I don't think you can push Atiku away in any way, shape, or form. I would say the supporters of Atiku camp and of Obedience camp have to humble themselves and properly cut each other. This argument, this anger, this throwing petals at each other is only going to waste everybody's time and give all the momentum and advantage to the APC people. And I'm being very serious when I say this. You will notice something. When they did the coalition in 2014, let's be clear, Buhari was one of the most, in terms of power, he was one of the most powerful people in the country. Tinubu knew at that time, this is the popular candidate. If I say I want to go now, I don't think it will work. This man, whatever it is a working 8 to 10 million votes in the north. This is not something we can ignore. Let's platform this guy, and then let's have somebody else stay as his deputy. And this was what they did. So it had to take one of the most powerful people that was leading that coalition to humble himself. This is something that will be needed to be done now by the Atiku camp or the Obi camp. One of them will have to say, the Atiku camp may have to look at Obi and say, you know what? The young people of this country are yearning so much, and this is the only person they believe in. Or the Obi camp will have to look at Atiku and say, you know what? He's been trying for a couple of times, and he's been really close. Why don't we let him go? One of it will have to happen. One of it will have to happen. One of it will have to happen. And just looking at these things, you have to look at it from the angle of nation building. The reason why I will not support Atiku is that we are actually trying to repair this country, not trying to grab power. And I will explain that. Politically and years of political experience, if you look at the antecedents and the trajectory of Atiku and of Tinubu, there is no difference between both of them. Both of them are capital thieves that have just mastered a way of being very powerful politically.
Sorry, sir. Please, just a moment, please. In as much as these persons are not on that trial, would not want to use those words why trying to form or bring about this coalition. So please, let's try to use words that we can actually be able to stand by. When I mean stand by, things that we can actually take into the future and be able to speak on. Because, for example, if it happens now that the coalition is formed and I know from how you spoke on, you're open-minded, you are emotionally intelligent, and you want to support the ticket that comes and is an OB Atiku ticket or an Atiku OB, I think it would be difficult for you to campaign when you have actually called or reading this people off and called one of them a thief. So please, thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, not a problem. Yeah, thank you for bringing that up.
It's actually a double mute. You can unmute your mic, please. Is anyone speaking?
Okay.
I can't hear you that well.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, it's now that you just unmuted me. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So yeah, thank you for that correction. So what I'm saying is that we have to look at what are we trying to do. Are we trying to grab power just to make sure that, oh, these people that we believe that they are 100% terrible, we want to chase them away? Or we are trying to make sure that we get that we are trying to say, let us put somebody that we believe can usher in the kind of country that we are looking for? That will be the question. And I think it's clear. If the clear mandate is that grab power back by all means, you go with an article. If the clear mandate is that you get back power, but also give the nation a new lease of life, then you go with the Peter Obi. And I don't think anybody that knows the two figures can even be arguing that it is all there, unless you don't want to, look at their journey and everything. That's just the truth. But how do we get there is the thing. The maturity that Tinubu had in 2014, somebody in this place has to display it. And not just anybody, it has to be somebody that has the capacity to galvanize people. In the last elections, I told people, I love Obi, but Tinubu will win. I was saying Tinubu will win not because I wanted him to win, but because I know Nigerian politics. The best way for us in this 2027, I'm telling you the truth, and someone mentioned it earlier, I told some people around me, is to go and get a Jonathan who will only use one term. The reason for this is, you see, Nigerian politics is not what the youth are clamoring for. Yes, we want a new nation. But you see, the way Nigerian politics is designed, people carry their interest above nation building. Yes, most of the political figures you see at the forefront in Nigeria, their interest is bigger than national success, glory, or whatever you may call it. To keep those interests intact, people want to know that 2031, I've been waiting since, so I've been waiting, nobody should disturb me. That 2031, nobody should block my road. If you bring an Obi or article now, they know that most of them want to use 8 years, which destroys people who have lined up their ambition for 2031 for a long time.
Sorry, sir. While you round up in another 30 seconds, I just want to ask you a question. With our socio-political outlook right now, what do you think is more important for the average Nigerian who probably just had a meal today, or who just could afford bread and a beverage? Is it the political interest of the elites? Because now you're talking about elites who have lined up. I know you and I don't know you personally, but I speak for myself. I don't think I have. I don't think I have the capacity right now to have any political interest right now to run for any government office in 2031, or as the case may be. But probably as a member, as an active citizen, I want my country to work, and I'll do everything I need to do. Do you believe that Nigerians should sacrifice the opportunity to start a new beginning for political combination, permutation, and interest? Also, given that Jonathan's outlook after he left office till now, do you think Jonathan is has been inspiring enough for you to take him and put him on a ballot against a Buhari who's also from South? Do you think that will work? Please just round up in 30 seconds. Thank you.
No problem. While I believe Jonathan might not be the most inspiring name, but the thing is, he's been a president before. And I just think that it's just one of the options. I'm not saying that that's the only thing that works, right? If people want to prioritize this, let's not use 8 years, let South use 8 years, then the best bet for you is to go and get Jonathan to use. Yeah, go and get a Jonathan to use that 4 years. But in closing, what I'm going to say is that there is a clear difference between the people who are yearning for a Nigeria that can work and the people who just want Nigeria that can work for them. A lot of the youths, and these are knowledgeable people, they are people that have gone through the 4 walls of school and everything. I can tell you that a large part of our people in Nigeria, I don't live in Nigeria anymore. A large part of our people in Nigeria do not know what it means for somebody to be a president. They do not know what to demand for somebody who is a president. They don't even know what to demand from a councillor. Not to talk of what's the name, governor or everything. Nigerian politicians get away with a lot of things because the people don't even know what good governance means. This is the major issue that we have. And right now in Nigeria, way more than 50%, and I would not put the percentage, but way more than 50% don't know what to demand from a person elected into an office. That is the biggest elephant in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dakpo. Thank you. You said a lot of things, but I think the most important to us on this space, and as much as you've taken us through political history, that you are in for a coalition and you believe that a coalition is the possible way to probably reset this country and get APC out of power. Thank you very much. So I'll move the mic to Mr. Gaba Baba. Thank you. Please go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Atish. Good evening. And thank you for the time. I think I'm being neutral when it comes to this coalition precisely between Labour Party and PDP. Atiku Kam, Peter Obi, and the rest. But like I always insist, whenever I join a space for coalition discussion, is that you people should please calm down as much as you can. Try and bring your emotions down in order to achieve this. I can precisely say it might be a very serious election that we can ever witness in this country so far by 2027. And it might be as easier as we can think of. But to make it easier, you people must come together, must have one voice. The idea of accusing Peter Obi stole this thing in power, Peter Obi rubbish healthcare, education, they were in strike for 13 months and whatever, Atiku was a thief, Rufai killed this and that. You people should try as much as you can to stop this. I'm very impressed by the last speaker. And I won't say much because he has said my mind. You people have to be, you have to think ahead. You see what happened in 2014. They all knew that there is nobody that can pull out the boats, precisely from the north. Being northern part of the country as decider, in most cases of the election, as decider of who is winning the election, presidential election in this country. They know that Buhari can do that. And Tinubu has to humble himself to allow Buhari to go on without any headache, any problem. And he patiently waits until this 2020 or last 2023 general election to contest. And he won whichever way. But for you, because I have attended so many spaces of this coalition, including this one. I think I didn't attend this Deji coalition space 1.1 and I attended 1.2. And this is the third one, I think so, if I'm not mistaken. Please, stop pointing fingers. I swear to God, it will not work like that. You see that Atiku and Obi, they don't have problem as we are seeing it. It's not even Atiku that chased Obi out of PDP in any way. It's not even Atiku, unless you don't follow the Nigerian politics. It was Wike and Co. They think that at that time, the power has to go to South. Atiku has to give up to the Southerners to contest in 2023. And that is where the problem comes. And Atiku has once decided to give it out if they are giving it to Igbo, because Atiku too doesn't want Wike to grab the tickets. And he prepares to give it to the Igbos. And they said they refuse. And they even find their way to chase out Obi out of the party. So they don't even have that problem. I don't think they have any problem. And these people, behind the skin, they have been trying their best over 3 or 2 months now. They have been trying their best to see how they can do this coalition in a smooth way that you and I, as a voters, we can be able to accept it. So do more to keep your emotions aside and stop insisting that it must be Atiku or it must be Peter Obi, because I've been following some people that are saying it has to be Atiku or nothing. It has to be Peter Obi or nothing. Please stop that. Try as much as you can. If God destined that Peter Obi will be your president, Buhari contested for it was the fourth time or the third time he grabbed the presidential power at the end of the day. You can imagine since 2003 you have been contesting up to 2015, and you finally get it. So whosoever going to be the president will be what has decided already. So please and please keep emotion aside. Me, I'm neutral. To be precise, I'm an APC member, or like what somebody just mentioned. I think I can't remember the speaker. I'm an APC member, but I cannot vote for APC. We are just waiting for you people and your leaders. I never go Atiku way in my life. Never. I'm a northerner. In fact, I'm from Northeast. I never go his way. Atiku never won my. In fact, PDP never won my. How mighty Obasanjo is when he was in power. He never won my states, and nobody, no any governor or senator won my states. I think up to 2011 or 2014, 2015 general election, one senator from PDP. I'm from Mebe State. But you can imagine, to tell you that Nigerians are wiser now. For the first time, PDP won Yobe states in 2023 general election. We have governors, we have senators, we have House of Representative members, all the chairmen and whatever. And we are Buhari since 2003. And Buhari cannot influence us. Nobody can influence the states. And we fell. PDP won with landslides. It was only Meduguri, Borno states that APC won. And that one, they didn't win the election. Let me be true to you. I didn't hate APC. Up to now, I love my party. But the fact that we get it wrong, I have to be sincere with myself. So let's do this thing for the masses that are suffering in this country. Please and please. So that at the end of the day, we can save the country that we can be proud of. Whosoever can imagine, you people should calm down your emotions and whatever you have in your hearts, and try as much as you can to fund the coalition. It will be very hard at the end of the day to bring out one particular candidate and somebody will deputize the person. It will be very hard. It's not a small tax. And we are doing well by coming to the space day in, day out. Every day you will see a space. I never see a space talking about my party, APC, how we can win the election, how we can come together. We know that we don't have the backing of Nigerians. We don't have. I have to be sincere with you people. We don't have. We are only looking for a way to rig the election anyhow. So if people have to stand on your feet, you have to stand. You have to open your eyes. Don't go to sleep in the nights. Don't go to sleep in the daytime. Do as much as you can. But arguing, pointing fingers on Atiku, on Peter Obi, it will not help the matters. I know the politics of Northern Nigeria to the best of my knowledge, to the best of my ability. I was able to know the politics, how the politics is going, and even the southern part of the country. I can mention a lot of governors that passed on. Chris Ngegi, Rotimi Okorocha, what do you call it? That Imo State, a lot of them southern governors. I know the politics of Nigeria. There is nobody today, nobody have the backing of the followers, particularly from the southern part of the country than Peter Obi. And you see all these three campaigns, they can't do anything. They will never stop people from voting Peter Obi. Be it Peter Obi as the presidential candidate or vice president, or Peter Obi decided to give it to someone to contest, and Atiku himself. Nobody, so long as you people follow Peter Obi on his decision, whether he is the one or the other person, any other person, nobody can bring a substantial vote that you can be comfortable of winning the election than Peter Obi. And to be sincere to you, I'm a Buharis since 2003 up to now, and I'm still Buharis. But to tell you that there is nobody in northern part of this country that can bring ports as Atiku. Nobody. I swear to Almighty God, nobody. If I die before 2027, somebody will remember what I said. Nobody. So that is why the coalition will be hard. To go to southern part of the country to sell Atiku is a problem, and it has to be it has to be that Peter Obi that can do that in order for a lot of voters in the southern part of the country to accept it. And to come down to northern part of the country now, you see that Atiku and Erupai, you people have to hold them. And that is it. Nobody can stand and bring the boards. Aza Atiku and Erupai, they can stand for you people, whether Peter Obi will be the president or the vice president or whosoever, so long as you agree on the coalition at the end of the day. I'm just a neutral.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, so that's my
Mr.
permission. You
Gabal.
people should do as much as you can. We are praying for you, and we are, in fact, I am doing a lot of things behind the scene. I'm doing a lot to be able to bring people to tell them that they should not vote for this particular APC administration. They should wait. And thank God I was able to convince a lot of people. And I can do that even with my own money. I can still do that. So we are doing it for you people. Stop fighting yourself. Stop, I beg. Please do it for the masses. That's my submission. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Gabal. Thank you. You've spoken well. Powerful submission. When there's a dispute between two people or two persons, and a third person who is not affiliated or someone who has an interest in the issue also comes in and gives his stake. When you listen to that person, you should be able to pick out the sincerity in what he's saying for you to be able to guide yourself. Before I move to Mr. Polonium, in all of these things, we should remember that Atiku has never, for all I know, debased or denigrated Obi in any way. Atiku has never spoken ill, spoken bad, cast aspersion on him in any way. I think Atiku brought Obi, I believe Atiku brought Obi to his first presidency campaign or tickets they did in 2015, which a majority of us believe won that election, even though that Buhari had a cut-like followership and then he had the nod with him and they still believed in him and all that, and they decided to sacrifice Atiku and instead allowed a Buhari to continue because they felt it's still going to the north towards in it. Let's give it to the person who we have this cut-like fellowship followership from. And if we really want to be sincere with ourselves, after Buhari, the next Northerner who has that same clout that can pull that same effect on the Northerners is Atiku. And we should not begin to tear ourselves apart between these two individuals. When you see them in events, the cordiality that they have is even more than the one we think we have amongst ourselves as a movement or as a group or as friends here on these streets. I have seen situations where Atiku have actually wanted to push forward the agenda that would make Obi prominent. We saw that in 2015, when you had the option of picking an Ekweremadu Ike, who was the Senate, I think, minority leader at that time. That was someone, if he was actually playing politics, if Atiku was playing politics, he should have picked an Ike Ekweremadu. If Atiku is all about politics, and we need the politicians as well, in as much as Obi is our leg in this coalition, who is bringing, I'm not saying Atiku is not competent or does not have his plans for Nigeria, but I'm saying if you believe that Obi is the one that holds your interest, the purpose of the coalition is to make sure our leg is also in there, so we have a say in it. Atiku picked an Obi over an AK Kumaraju. Also, when he picked the 2023 elections, we heard him, we've come to hear that he was not happy that Obi left. And he had a difficult situation to pick either Wike or Okowa. If Atiku was a power drunk or he belongs to that class of politicians that want to go in there and does not care about what the outcomes would be, the outlook or whatever it is, I think Atiku picking Wike would have been safe for him. And he probably would have won the election because we know what Wike did in Rivers State. And we know Rivers had a lot of money to fund the elections at that time. So to be fair to the person of Atiku, I think he doesn't have any issue with Obi, personally. I think he has not done anything that you would say would hurt Obi's interest in any form. So we should allow this gentleman go into this coalition and we should please shed our sword. I know a lot of things happened in the past. On these streets, emotions are high. Oh, this happened, that happened. A lot of things happened. But at this point we are right now, we're asking ourselves, are we going to hold on to our sentiment and emotions against a Nigerian state that is perishing, against the Nigerian masses that are being impoverished, monies are being taken away from their pockets every day and given to the elites? What we have right now is an elite economy where they tell you things are flowing, but the average man has no savings. He has no savings in his account. He's either savings to save his life. Things are getting worse for the ordinary masses, and you see the other person that say they are declaring billions as profits because they are ripping off the masses via their taxes, electricity tariffs, and all the tariff subsidy and all that they've imposed on Nigerians. They keep increasing one tariff over the other. So it's at this point we need to make that decision that it's not about this person, it's about us. If you don't trust Atiku, fine, you trust to be. Then let's listen to what Obi will say after this coalition. Because Obi cannot do this on his own. Obi will not get the northern votes easily, the way Atiku will bring it to him. Atiku will not get the southern votes easily, the way Obi will make it closer to him. But what do we want to do at the end of the day? We want to remove and change our course of governance. We want to remove these people who have turned our democracy into unconstitutional democracy, where now we have first sons, first daughter of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, where our democracy is being debased and all that. Are we happy at what is going on in this country? That's where we are right now. So I'll use the mic for Polonium. Thank you very much. Mr. Polonium, please go ahead. Thank you. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. I requested the mic when Honorable Raymond was speaking, and the reason I did that was to, first of all, counter him, that it wasn't all obedience who were putting out that antagonistic, posture against Atiku. I'm an obedient and I continue to remain so. And even long before now, in fact, last week I was trying to audit my tweets, my previous tweets, and to see if I am one of those people who have who are equally guilty of this charge, and I didn't see any tweets. I've always my posture about Atiku it's been very cordial, and rightly so, because the man has over time given my own principle the same level of respect, and I believe that he deserves that respect. And it's a case of necessary evil when you compare him to the other leaders that we've had. It's he's a milestone different. And Atiku, outside of politics, in my opinion, he's been a very detribalized Nigerian. He's somebody who is, you could see his investments, across the country. He's not sectional in his thinking. He's very, very moderate. He's tribalistic. He's not. He's a very cordial politician. And somebody, if I would have preferred an Atiku over Tinubu, of course, and Buhari. And the funny thing is, a lot of obedience celebrates Obasanjo, and we give Obasanjo his flowers, and then we forget that and the same Obasanjo, his successes was with Atiku. These people brought some of the best minds we had in the country, and best minds that Nigeria has, to the government to be able to salvage the country, and they were to achieve what they achieved at that time. Yeah, political issues came up between both of them, and we saw those things, but that's bygones, right? And it's so sad that some obedience rather, continue, to have that posture. And I really appreciate Honorable, because he's been able to bring out several narratives that I would urge my fellow obedience to look at. And one of it is what I want to reemphasize. So if you keep calling Atiku these names, is a thief, is a that, is a this, at the end, all these abuses, and then at the end of the day, Atiku decides to step down and back Obi. Will you, in all honesty and sense of integrity, now turn round and call on Atiku supporters to back Obi? With what mouth? So let us be careful. First of all, the coalition has not declared its position yet. So for all these people who are running with the erroneous narrative that we ran in 2022, is you're not helping Obi. Let me just put it in simple terms. You are not in any way helping Peter Obi. If Peter Obi is the person that you say he must become the focal man there, he must be the presidential candidate, and then by trying to impose or by trying to sell him to everybody, you want to bring others down. When he now becomes the main man, with what mouth will you go and beg these people's supporters to back Obi? The focus that we have now should be to remove these demons that are in power. Yes, the narrative is somebody will say, oh, should we now then bring in more thieves because we want to take out the necessary evil? No, I do not believe that the people who are forming this coalition are bad as the people that we have in power. I don't think so. I don't believe so. And I also trust PO to make the right decisions in his negotiation with the coalition. So please, fellow obedience and non-obedience, I think the language that we need to use now is persuasion. Those who insist that it's Obi or nothing, those who insist that it's Atiku or nothing, those of us who are neutral, who believe in taking out APC first and then sitting down to build a country, I think the language and the posture ought to be persuasion. Let us persuade. Let us bring out stronger narratives. Let us bring out stronger conversations and not antagonize ourselves further. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my brother Polonian. Powerful submission. Thank you. We move to Jide. After Jide, Mr. Odunayo will go after him. Thank you. Jide, are you there? Please unmute and speak.
Yeah, I'm here. I've forgotten I had the mic, so good evening everybody. I believe I'm audible. Yeah, about the coalition. My only contribution to this is I think Atiku and Obi, Atiku being the president and Obi being the vice president, is the most viable ticket as we have it today. My opinion, because if you look at it, that ticket has been tested before, right? That is 12 million votes. We have tested it before, so you don't need to gamble with any Obi and El-Rufai on a ticket. So if you really want to oust Tinubu in 2027, that is your surest bet, right? Whatever agreement that comes after that, whether Obi should be the president in 2031, you guys they can reach an agreement on that, right? But if you want to chase Tinubu away, it is Atiku Obi. If you put Peter Obi and someone like Erufai on the ticket. Peter Obi's only problem is he doesn't have that popularity in the north, right? Because Peter Obi is the most popular candidate in the south, right? So what I'm saying is, if you put someone like El-Rufai, you are not guaranteed those votes from places like the North Central and like places in the Northeast. You know, it's just logical. I don't know why people are being they are not trying to be they're not trying to be diplomatic or be rational with their choice. They are saying Obi or nothing. Excuse me, you have to put your ego down. That article and Obi ticket is sure banker if you want to remove Mr. Tinubu from the coalition is should be primarily about ousting the APC. I think that is what it should be about. It should not be about who should be the president. It is mainly about how are you going to take away the incumbent government, right? I just believe any logical person, anything short of this, voila, is fail. Anything short of this is fail. That's the only submission I just came to drop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jide. And we strongly believe that you will still be on these streets to galvanize opinions and join us in taking this message everywhere. We're waiting
You
for the
believe
qual.
Jide? Ah, I take so you dey believe Jide. Jide will be going. Like, you see, you have to filter information you hear. Not everybody you hear information from.
Please hold on. Thank
No,
you,
no,
sir.
no, but
No, I'm not here to make.
I'm not.
Sorry, sorry, guys. I had to please, Mr. Oduna, you're going next. They say you take people for their words, right? So let's assume we'll take Jide for
Maybe you're
his
a new
words. He's
person on this
spoken
street.
well.
This guy is a hypocrite. That's what he came to do here. So that's why you have to filter what you hear from people.
Mr.
Is that
Oduna,
the
you're going
information?
next. You're going
Yes,
next, sir. Let me just
I'm speaking. This is my
yeah,
turn.
just
This
hold
is
on,
my turn
sir.
to speak.
Just
Yeah.
hold on. Just hold on, sir, please, sir. We said this is a coalition, and if you say it's a coalition, that means you're bringing everybody in. It's like you casting a net in the river or wherever, and you get to pull in all that you find. At the
You
end of
like
the
to be in
day,
wine. You don't want to be in wine. You're just on this street recently. I'm telling you
okay,
about this
Mr.
young man
Oduna, you
here.
can
You
just
don't
you
even
can,
know this
but
thing about
Mr.
this
Jide,
person.
thank you for your
No problem. Just
submission.
leave it the
And
way
like
it
I
is.
said,
Not everybody you go speak their
I
opinion. Yeah.
sincerely
Jide is one of
believe
them.
that you will make a difference when the time comes because it's for you. If this is your profile picture, you are young. And even if you are out of this country remains your country and the country for your kids if you don't have any already. So, Mr. Duna, you can go ahead, please. After Mr. Dunayo, Malam would go, Mr. Sami would go. I don't know if Prince Zella has anything else she wants to probably contribute. Then we'll just go in that order. So Dunaya would
Yeah.
go, Malam
Yeah.
would
Thank you.
go, Sammy would go. Thank you. Then Prince
Yeah.
Zella. Thank you very
Priscilla will
much.
use more of my time. I will just use 1 minute. And the only reason why I came to talk is because of one Adamu guy that came here and spoke in a very ridiculous manner against Priscilla. This is the only woman speaking in this place. This is the only young lady trying to have an opinion here. And the young guy came here and insulted the lady and tried to talk her down. You get the point. So that's the only reason why I came to tell you that as a moderator, you
I'm
should
so
able to
sorry. I'm so sorry about that. I think I
yeah.
fell off the space at that point in
Okay.
time.
That's the
Or
only reason
later
why
I
I came.
came back and it was a
I
bit
don't care what
rowdy.
happened anywhere. But what I'm saying is
Thank you. I would
that's
love
the
to
only voice that was trying to
apologize.
make an
I would love to
opinion here. You
apologize
get the point.
for
Yeah,
thank
thank you.
you.
Yeah, that
Thank you
Adamu
very much,
guy,
Mr. Dunayo.
the intention I want to let it tell all the street he lives in. Let me go and wait for him in that street so that he will fight physical fight as a man, man to man.
That won't be necessary, Mr. Otunayo. That won't be necessary. That's not the Nigeria we want to build, even though we know we have to go through fire now to, change the narrative. So, my darling Princella, I use that with no form of was it attachment. I'm sorry, I wasn't on the. I think I fell off the co-host at that point in time. So, please, on these streets, how they've been, and sometimes it's bass, it's politics. People's emotions are real. Some have their opinions which they believe must be heard. So we just I apologize for that. Thank you very much. And you have the opportunity, of course, to speak again and bless us as the only woman amongst our midst. Thank you so much. And we know that as we continue to speak on this narrative, public opinion is forming, and I know you are beginning also to test and see what exactly we need to do that will get us results. Because at the end of the day, we're not talking about what happened before, but we're talking about what we want next. The result is what we're looking for. Thank you. So, Malam, please, you can go ahead. Thank you. Can go ahead, Malam. Can go ahead and speak.
Attitude, you did not allow me to finish my thoughts. I don't know.
I
I don't
think
like.
the co-host, I think you should allow people finish their thoughts
This is my
before
Oh,
thoughts.
you
I'm
okay.
hearing my
mute
thoughts. You're trying
everybody.
to hop in
Thank
my
you.
thoughts. If
You
you cannot allow
muted
me to speak,
everyone
no
now. Can
problem.
you hear me?
Madam, hold on, please.
Can I go on?
Please, where's Deji and Comrade? Ah,
Please,
Just hold on.
can
Just
I
hold
go on?
on,
They call
Malam.
my name again. Can I go
Yeah,
on?
Malam, just hold on. Just hold on. Mr. Dunayo, you can
Yeah, can
always,
you hear
if
me?
you want to, yes, if you
Can you
want
hear
to,
me?
if you think if you believe you still
Can you
have
hear me?
something else to
Yeah,
say, yes, you can
allow
go
me to.
ahead.
I've told
Mr.
you already
Malam,
the reason
please
why I came up here.
just give him a minute to wrap up. Malam, please go
Yeah.
ahead. Dunayo, please go
So,
ahead.
for the purpose of this discussion, people have reason or have right to reject or argue whatever opinion they have. It's their right to have that opinion. And nobody can stop you from having an opinion in whatever guise. Whether it's support to be or support article, whatever it is, so is the reason they have a right to hold it. If you're not comfortable with it, lower your volume and wait for the person to finish his or her opinion, then you can continue from there. When you try to gag a young woman who is trying to have an opinion here because you think you're a man, that's the reason, not because of opinion, because he feels that he's a man. That's why I said, tell us your street that you live in so that we'll fight you man to man. So that's how you wait people. I'm not going to be here after now, but that's why I can here. I don't care about what happens or whatever it is. But for a woman to try to have an opinion in this sense, where people would even where people shy away from, and you are trying to bully her, shut up, and do whatever it is because she has an opinion, it's what I reject completely. And I tell you, Adamu, wherever you are, if you're a Boko Haram member, I'm going to wait for you in that sense. If you're a Christian, I'll wait for you. Unless you're a Muslim, I'll wait for any way you want to do. I'm waiting for you anywhere I see you on spaces. I'm going to tell you this thing I'm telling you here. So I hope that you can hear me very well. But I'm waiting for you to see you anywhere that I'm going to remind you completely that if you bully anybody,
Okay, I think it's not necessary for us to, they say two wrongs don't make a right, Mr. Tuna. You've made your points. So there'll be no point for us to pass threats along, amongst ourselves. If you rightly
Coach, I
said,
have something to
Priscilla,
say.
please hold on, Priscilla. You
Please.
you you would speak. Just hold on. Just hold on, please. Just hold on. So we'll try as much as possible to be respectful, because we are adults and we are in a public place, it's a public space and we don't know each other from anywhere. So it is wrong for anyone to disrespect anyone. I know when we have political talk and discussions, your temperament, your emotions may get maybe part of it. What that gentleman did was wrong. I wasn't here, and Mr. Duna, you've condemned it in its strongest form. I also join you to condemn, but please, we shouldn't go into a personal trait because I believe that person cannot do nothing. Princella, I give you that assurance that he cannot do anything, and we'll just move ahead. Thank you. So, Princella, you can just unmute. You said you had something to say. Please go ahead.
So for the records, Adamu came here. He said he's a neutral. I've gone through his page. He's an articulate. That's a lie. I've seen where he has quoted so many tweets speaking in support of Atiku and all that. So saying that he's an APC member who is rooting for us, that was pure lies. I've seen APC members, APC people also come here, speak and all that. Then I think another person came up said he doesn't know why I have gone against Herify. I've always made it clear. I've made it very straight, and I will not stop saying it. One, if you they say Herify did a lot. You backed a candidate 2023, and you could not deliver your state as a sitting governor for that candidate. You lost Kaduna State during presidential election when you were the main actor in that state. What is the assurance you're going to? If the charity they say begins at home, you could not deliver that even as a sitting governor. Now that you're off the seat, and the current governor of that state, you are not in good terms with him. Where's the votes coming from in Kaduna? You cannot influence your own state. You now said other states you want to come and bring support. No, when you are coming to a negotiation table, there are things you talk about, you post off, you bring on the table that these are the records, these are the records. So I don't know. And two, I've said I saw a son in the last conference and all that declaring for Tinubu and all that. How am I supposed to match this and just trust it like that? Then three, the tone of people from the North Central, from those from Nasarawa, Taraba and all that, we can't just plateau and all that. We can't just sweep it aside. PO, for the records, I think one plateau or had over 1 million votes in plateau. He won Nasarawa. He won FCT. Saying North Central or part of North is not probably North Central minority, because I've heard people say they are minority. You want to. I don't think you want to go by that records. Now, looking at the data, a percentage of votes by geopolitical zone, I think 2023, total valid votes, Northwest. Northwest had about over 6 million votes, which is 6,690,000, like that. And now, the Northwest, you are not guaranteed. That is the place we are trying to penetrate, that OB has probably a low vote. Northeast, we have a sitting vice president, currently who is from Northeast. What is the guarantee you win that place? Now you want to lose North Central that has over 4 million something votes as valid votes that came from 2023. And we are not guaranteed that we'll get all of that for over 4 million votes. But at least you should be fighting for substantial votes from that place, knowing now that Tinubu has inroads already in South-South. Yes, Peter Obi had elections, had votes from South in 2023. Trust me, 2027 is not going to be the same ballgame. Looking at, he is now a sitting president. The South governors, they are declaring for him. Rivers State that he was supposed to win, Wike actively rigged it, and Peter Obi did not get. So 2027, do you think he will get the votes? Right now that the current the governor that Wike rigged in is already lobbying with Wike and all that. Now, even the Southeast, now, Tinubu is aware that the Northwest will be difficult. He's trying to penetrate into the Southeast. It's starting from Peter Obi State himself, Anambra. We are seeing the romance that is happening between him and Soludo. Let me tell you, he is not Jonathan that believes in, you have to vote and your vote will count. They are ready to rig by all means. So the ones you can lay hold of, which is the North Central, at least for now, they are still in support of you, which is Peter Obi. They like you, they want you, and they are telling you, you can't be tone deaf to what people are saying. They are telling you that this person he has held a stand or statements in which it has not favored our region. Please, we will not stress ourselves. And you want to do against that, we want to bring somebody that they are not contented with. You see that over 1 million votes you get in Plateau. Do you think they will come out like that and come and vote? You people have to balance it. There are other candidates that can actually deputize him if he emerges as the presidential candidate. To me, Tambuwa is there. If Kwankwaso can be wooden and is to be trusted, it's not a bad idea. But saying that, F-Rufai, I'm looking at the votes. We are looking at the data. I'm dissecting it like this. And even Southwest, forget it. We know Tinubu holds that as strong as a stronghold. If you lose North Central and they vote
My
for
sister
Tinubu,
Princella, I'm sorry, I'll just
yeah,
have to butt in. Sorry, darling.
yeah,
I want to ask you a question.
yeah.
Sincerely speaking, looking at all these permutations and the political environment, do you really believe 2027
Please,
is
what
going to
am
be
I
about
speaking
votes
again?
and
What
voting
am I
blocks?
speaking again now? From just
Can you
5
hear
minutes
me?
ago.
She's the only. We are just trying
I
to be
just
Please
a
I
allow
have
bit
to
her to
pause
speak.
it because I
Sorry.
how will
want
I say it?
Please allow her.
Sensitive to
Let
the
me
fact that she's the only
let me go. No,
female
don't
person
worry.
who's
Let
been
others
here and she
speak.
stayed on the space.
Please let others speak.
So just a question, Princella, just a question or an observation. We probably come back and answer. In all of these permutations, do you sincerely believe that 2027 that the APC is banking on votes from the northeast, from the middle belt? Do you believe that their game plan is for votes or to rig the election?
I
I'll just put a hold on that. You will respond
okay.
later on,
Okay.
please. So 10 over. Malam, please, just Malam, 10 over has been here. 10 over has been here before you. 10 over 10 has been here before you. So please just let him speak. After 10 over 10, Malam, you go immediately, and I apologize for the mix-up.
But
Thank you very
it's not
much.
fair
10
now.
over
I
10,
have
please go
to
ahead.
park for almost 5 minutes
Let
now.
him go.
I would have reached
Attitude.
my home.
Let him go.
I could have reached my home.
All right, fine. 10 over 10 just gave his position to you to go. Please go ahead. Thank you so much for your patience,
Please,
Malam.
please,
Please go ahead.
attitude. When you want to call me senior malam so that I will know the difference. I am
Who is
senior malam,
senior?
okay?
Who are you, be senior Malam? Is it not?
Attitude. I'm
Talk
just
back to
telling you.
It's just a sense. We have 3 Malam on these streets,
I'm a
so
senior malam.
maybe we'll have to give you people.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the senior Malam.
So
Okay,
that
it's
I will
fine.
know the difference now.
You are even the
Malam
fake
Mohammed,
of the
please.
fake of Malam. You know, Mogul was the fake Malam.
Malam
You are the
Mohammed,
fake
please
of
go
the fake
ahead.
Malam. So
Please
thank
go
you
ahead.
very
You have
much.
5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You see, I've heard a lot here concerning the coalition, and I see a lot of people try to have self-entitlement as no, if it is not we, it won't work. If it is not Peter Obi, or it is not Atiku, it won't work. And I think it should not be the argument if we really want to have the real coalition, and if we really want to achieve our goal. And I heard some people even also saying that it's not about removing the presidency by anyhow. Just because if we remove it by anyhow, how are we guarantee the next person will not behave? Look, sometimes elections is is like uh, approval or disapproval of what you are doing. We don't care who come next. Sometimes we don't care whether he is worse than you. What matters at this material time is that what you are doing, we are not happy about it. And if we should allow you to continue it, it will assume as if we are all agree with what we are doing. So even if we bring the worst among us, or the worst that will do worse than you, it does not matter. As long as we know that we have that power to remove you, and we exercise that power and we remove you, and it will even be better. It will even sound better to your ears that look, this fact that you are better than somebody, we are able to remove you because we don't like what you are doing. So people should forget that whether Tinubu, whether Atiku can do worse than this or that, it is not issue. The issue is that you have a problem. The person there is not respecting you, is not respecting your vote, he's not doing what you're supposed to do, and it is your mandate. We are trying to prove to him that this where you dey, it is our mandate, and we can decide to remove you at any given time. So the person coming in, knowing that look, oh, even the person that is better than me is removed. So even me too, if I do anyhow, I will see anyhow. Is it that they used to say fuck out and find out? Or how did they even put that in? Fuck around and find out. Or how did they even put that in? So it is not about this. Peter Obi will perform better than Atiku. Oh, Atiku will perform better than. No. What guarantees you that Peter Obi can perform better than Atiku if they are in power? Or what guarantees you that Atiku can perform better than this? The issue is the person that is there is not doing what you want, and you want to show him that look, I'm the one that give you the power to be there, and I can decide to remove you at any given fucking time. So you need to prove to him that way, and I think this is what should be in our mind, because nobody guarantee anybody to you can't know that no, this one will do this one will do better, this one because sometimes it depends on what the material the person is available with him. And I believe governance is not a rocket science. To some extent, what does even president do? If you even look at it, most of the work is delegation that he normally do. The brain work also, he has people that do the brain work for him. So it's not about individual thing, you know. So this self entitlement that people will say no, Peter B is better than, he has charisma, he has this, oh Atiku is this, is no. Our focus should
Malam, are you there? Are you still there?
okay. Can you hear me now?
No,
I
that was,
said
yeah, that
what
was a great. Go ahead.
okay, if we presented Atiku for example, how what vote can we get? If we can do that analysis, fine. If we presented Peter Obi, what vote can we get? You can do a domo exercise and do all those things, or use your previous data that you have, or do pre-election this thing, or do survey or whatever, and check. Do your permutation, do your thorough analysis, and find out if we do this, who will have more votes than other.
Malam,
Present
Malam,
him.
Malam, a quick question for you. How united is the North when it comes to voting Tinubu out? Do you think this is a northern consensus? Do you think there is a northern consensus to remove Tinubu in 2027?
Ah, you know, like I used to say to people that 2 years is a long time in politics. In fact, an hour to election is a very long time, because things can change. But as it is, as it is today, and compare to last elections that I witnessed in the 20 that the election that brought Tinubu, my expectation was Tinubu would even get maybe at least 12 million votes. But states that I predicted that Tinubu would win, you know, to my expectations, Tinubu lost those states to Atiku, simply because of they are not confident, or they are not intended with what he is doing. They don't believe him, or also with some certain reasons. And now that number, I can tell you, has increased tremendously. If if before you have, out of 10 people, you have 5 people or 4 people that can vote Tinubu, now you hardly get one. And this is reality, you know,
What
you
about
hardly
what
get
about
one.
the what about the religious leaders? We hear about
I,
these
I,
very
I
influential
said it, I said it,
religious leaders
I think I said it,
and traditional
I
rulers.
said it, I said it yesterday. I was shocked during this end bad governance protest. What there is one signboard that is it placard that I saw that shocked me. And what did the placard say? In a Kano here, oh, Kano here, the placard say Muslim ticket is a scam. I say, hey. So it has reached a time a Kano man will be saying Muslim ticket is a scam. The Muslim ticket that was used to convince him to vote for somebody. And another thing, there is a one malam in Zaria. He used to do short videos like this. He said, if you suck Gary now and you use sugar, they call that combination Muslim ticket. He said, how can you imagine? It reached a time that a man can suck Gary and call it a Muslim because of hunger in the country. So I don't think that Muslim ticket will make a northerner vote for Tinubu. I don't think it will work anymore. I don't think. I don't even think it is on the plan. Even the Tinubu camp, they will not even use it. They know it will not work. So that's for that. So let me not bother you with all those things. But like I said, let us look at this thing. Everybody should bury whatever he has in mind. Let's focus on the target and the goal. What is the goal? The goal is that the man up there, Tinubu, is not doing what people don't want, and he's not listening. So the best way to deal with him is to show him the way, and we don't care. Let's even bring the worst of us to govern us. It is not matter. Our aim to show that person that is there, he is not hearing our word, and this is democracy. And this is democracy. Is what people want. If there is an election, 10 people gather and elected a stupid man, and 5 people gather and elected a pious man, is that stupid man that will be the leader, because the number is higher. So it's the majority that carry the vote. If the majority of the people say, look, you are not bigger than Tinubu, you are not bigger than us, you have to do what we want, you don't have 2 brain more than us, or you don't have 100 million or 200 million brain than each one of us. So this is this. So I think we should just bury all those our self sentiments and try to look at how best we can do. If the next election we voted somebody and he is not doing the same thing, gather again, vote him out, we get it right. So thank you very much, please.
Thank you. I think I agree with you. Honestly, we need to show that the power truly belongs to the people. I mean, the moment we lose that authority, as a people, then we're in a much bigger problem, because the politician will just assume that, okay, these guys don't matter any longer. There will even be more impunity and what have you. Okay, so I think the next person is 10 over 10. 10 over 10, are you there?
Oh, yeah.
Apologies. Sorry, 10 over 10. Before you go ahead, in case you are wondering, I'm not a co-host, so please don't think I'm just acting, of my own. I'm a co-host now, so I'm coordinating. 10 over 10, please go ahead.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, good evening, the new co-host, Deji, comrade. I greet you guys. I will be very fast anyways. I've listened to a lot of submissions. Can you still hear me, Malambati side? Just to confirm. Okay, thanks a lot. So yeah, I've been listening and I've been um some I agree to, some I don't agree to. Anyways, well, you see what? First of all, I believe in this coalition, and it's to me, I just feel is the only option to get this so-called president we have in Aso Rock out of the way. That is just the only option to get him. He's been so incompetent, and he has continuously displayed his incompetency. That one we all agree. Checked. The coalition will all agree that it is necessary. Now, what you've seen, Malambati side, what you've seen playing out all this while is what I think I will call gradual for me personally. I think is a gradual acceptance of eventualities or eventual realities. Let me use the word like that. I'm not an obedient, but I am somebody who believes in what a government headed by Peter Obi can bring to the table. I believe in his capacity to change the narrative. I believe in what he can do, to be honest. And like I said before, Malambati side, you can't control people's sentiment on their level of followership, regardless of who the candidate is. And for someone like me, and to be specific, I am from the southeast. I would downplay on that, but you know why I just echoed that part that I am from the southeast. Now, tribe is not the question here. If we were to go by tribe, then it's a different conversation. But as somebody from that region of the country, your guess is as good as mine. But we're talking about getting a lunatic, getting somebody who is incompetent, getting somebody who does not know his right from the left out of Aso Rock and bringing in somebody we know based on his lifestyle so far can kickstart a drowned economy, right? And that is the person I see in P2V. And like we've all echoed here, a lot of people, anyways. And let me even put this part. Every stand that Prince Zella has established here, I mean, whatever her sentiment has been, I am in complete support. Like I can less agree to her sentiment on what she believes in, everything she said she stands for, and who she believes can help her kickstart it and make her proud of the country she believes in or she has, then you can't agree less. And for someone like me, to be honest, if you ask me, again, let me even put this again. On the consensus or on the coalition, I am not in support of a direct or an indirect primaries. This is my reason. If you go that route, we have, and I know somebody I believe in P2B, that indirect or direct, we know Nigeria will be monetized. And the person I know does not believe in bribing his way to get a position. At the end of the day, what happens? You see these same people that believe in his praise being aggrieved. So I am in so much support of a consensus candidate, bearing in mind, looking at current realities, right? Atiku, P2B, and other gladiators sitting down, looking themselves in the face, telling themselves the gospel truth. Okay, the power is in the south. It has to remain there, for example, which I believe in. Who there can give us those numbers? P2B. And then they themselves look at their core north, be honest with themselves, get somebody out there. You can ask me now, so who do you think they should get? For me, I have families in Kaduna. I grew up in Kaduna before I moved to Lagos, and I still have families there. It's not so palatable to a large extent when they talk of El Rufai, but I don't think it's that bad compared to what we've seen other politicians perpetrate and get away with. That's my stand again. And another reason again I can suggest Alhaji Atiku Abubakar. You've been an elder statesman. We appreciate what you've done for the country. If you truly love this country and you want to see a Nigeria that works, it doesn't take away anything from you, from giving those blessings to somebody and then let the person deputize a P2B. And I see that person, from my suggestion, tentatively, in former Governor El Rufai. And you know why I'm looking for El Rufai? Let me tell you, people, I've said this in many spaces. You see, all those devil, all those whatever that worked with Tinubu then, that for whatever reason, what they ate started purging them, right? And they ran away from him. We want them in this coalition. And that's my own opinion, right? All
In
those
fact,
people.
sorry,
L-
10/10. Let me quickly ask you this question.
Okay,
Yes,
let me finish
so
now. Is it the
no,
co-host that is
wait,
asking
wait.
me?
No, yes, it's the co-host. Yes,
It's
about
only the co-host
Erufai.
that has that right. Oh yeah,
Yes,
ask me,
yes,
please.
yes, about Erufai. Before you leave Erufai. So I
Okay.
was just thinking, do you think somewhere like Erufai will also be able to bring the insight into what really happened in 2023? I mean, in terms of IRF,
Yes.
the true
My
position
answer
of the
is
situation
see.
room and
You
things
don't
like
need
that. Go ahead.
Malambati side. You don't need speak plenty grammar. My answer is capital yes. See, I was in one space jokingly. One guy was saying, give us a Rufai. He knows the person that switched off that IREV. We want him. Bring him. So what I'm saying, bro, they say bring your keep your whatever and bring your something and bring your enemy closer, right? Bring him closer. Don't tell me, I mean, except we choose to be dishonest, Erufai, if truly, like we all saw it, that something happened to that IRF, nobody should tell me that Erufai does not know. If truly. So we want all those his mercenaries. We want all those people he no longer work with. They will be very, and see, that's the fear. That's the fear. Even the fact that he stood on a podium, I'm talking about the clueless president we have. The fact that he stood on a podium then and told El-Rufai to come, please come. Before I leave this podium, you must come and promise that you work with me. And if they tell us that Bola Tinubu is a master strategist, let's even accept without conceding, right? That he truly is. So has he not recommended somebody for us to work with? Good and fine. So he recommend. In fact, that was him checking his CV for us. Let's accept he's a master strategist. Now let me not digress, right? So what I'm just saying is he is also needed in anybody. For me, both the devils, the whatever, no, both the saint and the sinners should be there. That's where me I'm coming from. After all, they've done it in the past. If they do it now, if the coalition people do it now, heaven will not fall in Wike's language, right? So I will use the mic so that I don't take people's time. I've been listening here for a very long time, and it's been very refreshing, right? Very, very good to
Thank
see.
you. Thank you. 10 over 10. So,
I
so
was just
just
going to round
just
up.
out of curiosity, yeah.
Okay.
How do you think? What do you think gave APC the audacity or the confidence to believe that somebody like El Rufai can be pushed out without any consequence? Because if you look at how he was treated during
Let me answer you, Malambati side. Yeah. That was
yeah,
that was you asking me, right?
yes,
Okay.
go
I
ahead,
just
please.
want to make sure because in space I only want to answer questions from the co-host of because all these other detractors, me, I don't do that. So what I think, okay, do you know that I believe if it wasn't for that, Tinubu will not go about now shopping in the plazas he's shopping from the south to an extent. If he was comfortable with what he has done with people like that in the north, this is my own political understanding. I may not be 100% correct, but to an extent, he's looking for those numbers from other side now. That's what I think. So to answer your question, he feels confident that even if he does not get those numbers from quarters like that, he can make up for those numbers from quarters such as the other side. You get what like the other side he's been trying to galvanize and bring to his side. I believe that answers your question. So finally, before I hit my mic, I won't finish without saying this. See, the stand that Prinzella still has, I wouldn't lie to you, I am still struggling to shed some of those. Me before, in fact, when I say before, I mean couple of in less than 2 days. Me, I've said because I was in Nigeria during the last election before I left, and I believe that the moment I see somebody like P2B on the ballot, I will definitely go back and do what I did with my little quarters. But um, I mean, cautiously, if they go into that room and comes out and it's not him, me, I won't lie. That's the part I'm trying to. That's the position I feel Prince Zella is still holding, and which I feel I am shedding off my skin at the moment. I've always held that position that see, if it's not this man, Nigeria is not doing anything. No matter who comes, even if he like he should deputize me, I'm not doing anything from my own little quarters. You get, but you see, that's why it's also interesting to ventilate ideas with people, see where they're coming from, listen to spaces, and then have interactions such as the ones we are doing. Over the past few days now, I'm beginning to look at it like, okay, yes, I trust this person to make the right decisions on my behalf. I can as well still trust him to see. I still will not lie. I cannot trust him 100% to make a decision for me if he wasn't on the ballot by himself. But I can. I can, to an extent, begin to look at it and feel okay, which I am doing now. I feel right now I can, based on what I've listened and what I've heard from people too, and some of the things I've done research on my own from reading about people he has interacted with, and hearing that here someone like Atiku has never ever had a single issue with him. I feel they can both work together as a team. So looking at where it is and where the whole thing is right now for me, I think um I am just hoping I'm waiting. But my own prayer is that he goes in there and comes out on that ballot. Comes out at that and as that leading person. But if that's not the case, I will still try my best to to get on. But it's very interesting how
I
we've
had to
been
come
trying
out.
to
I had
get
to
here.
shoot up. Yeah. Thank you. 10 over
Yeah.
10. Okay. All right. Apologies for the rest of us. We've been here for a while. So let's just take turns, maybe 3 minutes each speaker. So I will just call the names randomly. Apologies if you think you should be speaking before someone. You know, just bear with me. So just let's take turns 3 minutes, and then if the space is still open, we'll now, circle back to the other speaker. So Francis X, Ambrose, Mike Flo, and then Ichi Z. Let's go in that order. Thank you.
All right.
Francis, are you
Thank
there?
you very much.
Okay, good.
I'm here. Thank you very much. Um, what I want to say is that I'm an obedient. I was one of the people that was of the opinion that without Obi is Obi or nothing. But I've come to realize that Obi can't do this without Atiku, and likewise Atiku cannot do this without Obi. So the most important thing is coalition. Let the coalition happen. Whosoever comes out, we will definitely stand behind that person. But if I am to be an elite and I'm amongst the coalition, from my observation so far in the spaces where I've been, I don't believe that there's anybody that wants to play a tougher opponent. I'm just suggesting an idea here. I don't believe there's anybody that wants to play a tougher opponent. Now, I've been in spaces, even in this space when I came here earlier, I think two APC people have been here and they were saying that they would prefer Atiku than Obi, that Obi can never be president. I heard someone say it here, that Obi can never be president, that they prefer someone tougher, Obi, that the moment they put than Obi, that we put if we end up with the coalition and Obi is the flag bearer, that the result will be announced before um before 12 o'clock, that Bola Tinubu have won. Which, of course, in a match where you are playing against a bigger opponent, because as far as I'm concerned, the incumbents are a bigger opponent. You are playing against a bigger opponent, and they have bought the officials, and we still allow them select our starting lineup for that match. I think that would be the biggest mistake for us. So I think from where they are pointing fingers, if I am to suggest, if I'm an elite, and they call me, I should suggest. I will suggest Obi should lead the coalition because I think maybe they have a campaign. Maybe they know something we don't know. Maybe they have already drafted out what they will use for Atiku, the propaganda, the campaign, what they will do to demarket Atiku, especially in the north. I don't know, but I think they have Atiku sorted out. So Obi, being that Obi, his character and everything is too difficult to blaspheme him. It's too difficult to blackmail him. So he is their major problem because of his idol, his level, the way, the kind of politics P2B play, the integrity and everything is too difficult to demarket him. But in Atiku, I think maybe, I don't know, in their camp, they know in their WhatsApp group, they have found out something that makes it easier for them to campaign against Atiku. So I think they are majorly flying Atiku's tickets so that when Atiku comes out, they will say one or two things and then put destruction inside the camp. That is, I think they might even want it to be an implode instead of an explode. They might even put a division within the coalition camp with what they will say, because that's what they do. They do divide and rule. So they might even put a division in the coalition camp. It will be an implosion inside. That is why my number one suggestion. Then if my number two suggestion is Obi has built an alliance, and I think North Central is has a major role to play too in the alliance, especially for P2B, because North Central is part of the people because it's about numbers here. And North Central is part of the people Obi is bringing to the table as his numbers. Now, if we talk about El-Rufai deputizing Obi, I think there's a problem because Obi will begin to lose North Central because of that ticket. I think El-Rufai should be a part of the coalition, yes. But as vice, I can
So
say
please,
no. But
can you wrap up in 1 minute? Thank you.
yes, I will. So, but being a part of the coalition, of course, I can support that. But being a vice, no. I think we should be looking at this Bala Mohammed, who is the current chairman of PDP Forum. If he can be part of it, he will, of course, bring structures, especially some PDP governors who are standing with him. I think a meeting is currently going on in his in his conference center in Abuja currently, considering the closure of their secretariat by Wike. There is a meeting going on currently in that Bala Mohammed because he's their chairman. So I think he will also bring structures along with him. So this is my opinion. I'll yield the mic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Ambrose.
Yeah, sorry, the AMB. Yeah,
Yes.
good evening.
Go ahead, please. 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you. All right, thank you. So I think I've listened carefully to everyone speak. My submission is simple. So whatever coalition that is going to be formed, I think of course should be based on the interests of Nigerians. So any coalition that is about the power grab, which of course Obi has rightly posted that it's not going to be part of. So of course I'm not going to advocate for such, but if it's about the interests of well-meaning Nigerians, I think it's what every sensible Nigerians of course should be part of. But one thing is for those that are coming to join the coalition, I mean from APC, or I think well, of course they also need to be very careful because somebody like El-Rufai, for me, I don't think it can at now be trusted. Of course, we know his alliance, with the present government in 2023. So care needs to be taken. So it's not going to be too early to suggest that he's going to deputize Obi or not. So, but I understand that Obi is a very smart, politician, and he understands every of these gimmick. So, of course, we can just make the permutations, and suggestions, but the ball lies, in their court. They are still going to decide what becomes the coalition. But of course, as I said, it should be about the interests of Nigerians and not just paragraph. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Next speaker should be Mike Flo. Yes, Mike Flo.
Okay. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Yes. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. And anytime I'm a part of this people parliament, I feel very elated. I feel very happy. Now, speaking of the coalition, which is a front burner issue, for me, my opinion is this. Obi captures and ticks all boxes. I'm not trying to sound selfish. I'm not trying to sound just for the South, and the North should be outlined in this equation. But what captures my emotions about Obi is this. He emphasizes how to develop Nigeria entirely with the available resources being available and present currently. And the last time at the coalition meeting, he mentioned a lot of things he believes the North for, that the North has the capacity, the North has the wherewithal to grow beyond where it is. He has told the North, and I don't think anybody will. Then, if you can cast your mind back, you will remember that Jonathan was one of those presidents then who was very keen at developing North beyond where it is, even beyond the interest of the northern leaders. Jonathan worked so passionately for the North, but unfortunately, the political bigwigs ganged up against him, and they used the people and their naive emotions to remove him. So this is an opportunity for the North again to capture such person who is not from the northern side, but still factors their interest. Also taking note that it is still the time of the South. Obi has always shown his love for the North. So from my own view and perspective is this: the North should crash all their support to Obi, and if it doesn't look too embarrassing or too much of a mockery on Atiku to deputize Obi, he can anoint someone else. He can anoint someone else to do that. But for us to miss another opportunity of fantastic leadership in what Obi has outlined is something I don't want any Nigerian to ever think of or believe that can happen again. We have suffered misrule under APC government, and I'm telling you, I'm in Abuja presently. Many people cannot pay their rent. Many people have cut down on the number of times they eat. Families are living in abject poverty. People are just groaning in pain under this administration, and it behoves on us to come to light and reality that this has to be the end of this evil party called APC. So whatever we are doing, the argument should not be who is supposed to lead, but we need to use who is capable, who has a track record, who can do it, who can do this, who can do that. This is the kind of people we are supposed to be entrenching to lead the coalition.
1 minute, please.
Okay.
Please, yeah, round up in 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay. These are the kind of people we are supposed to be entrenching to lead the coalition. So for me, I'm not being insensitive to the North, but it's a kind of an appeal to them. They should rally together for P2B. They should rally, please, they should rally together in support of P2B. I don't see Atiku fixing this country the way P2B, because a lot of mess has gone down into Nigeria's politics and economy. A lot of mess has, in fact, the country is going down the drains. It needs saving, it needs salvation. We need to come together, forget about all these tribalistic emotions. We need to shelve that. We need to put that aside and save this country first. We need to save this country first. As at the moment I speak with you, Burkina Faso is making gradual steps to taking over as a world player from the African continent.
Thank you.
It is not something Nigeria sits back and watch.
Thank you. So let me ask you this question before we move to the next speaker. So there's this school of thought that given that whatever the outcome of the coalition is, we might still need the support and perhaps Atiku, if that's what the coalition agrees, that Atiku would need to work genuinely for Peter Obi. And by that, people are saying that maybe this rhetoric of, yes, we know nobody is perfect, but people are saying that we should tone down because Atiku is now one of us. And then, just to ensure that we don't piece his base off, that we should tone down on this, he lacks capacity and all of those things. What do you think? Do you think that even matters?
Okay, if you remember, Atiku spearheaded the creation of the coalition, and this is I used to disregard Atiku especially when he went against Jonathan, but for him to have spearheaded the creation of this coalition and brought people that mattered together, I think he has regained my respect. He has regained my respect. So it's also an admonition to obedience. We should also begin to regard Atiku as an elder statesman. But then Atiku needs to understand that the job ahead is very tasky, and it's only P2B that can take on this job and head on and make a meaningful progress. So it boils down that Atiku should please keep acting as an elder statesman by giving support to Obi, lending every hand of helping hand to him to achieve a common goal that we all Nigerians are looking at for. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Ichis, please go on.
Maran, thank you very much. I spoke before, and I have to speak again because there are some kind of wrong impressions I need to correct here. During the time of 2022 PDP primaries, some people don't even understand what happened there. Personally, Atiku like Obi, yes. Atiku never wanted to contest in that election. He said that if they can zero this thing down to Southeast, then he'll be off from the market. But because Wike is very selfish, he think that he's financially buoyant, that he can buy unbuyable, he can do anything he likes. He say no, it cannot happen. So when he said that, Atiku now say okay, they have to throw everything open. That was when Atiku came in. This is for some people that don't understand what happened then. The problem is not Atiku then, the problem was Wike. Wike caused everything that happened then. Then back to this correlation we are talking about. Back to this correlation we are talking about. I will first start with Francis. I will first start with Francis. Francis, your first point is noted, is valid. But for your second point, it's not valid. Me and you know that Bala Muhammad doesn't have that political weight in the north. Even Tambua doesn't have that political weight in the north. The only three people alive that have that political weight apart from Bugari, Tiku, Erufai, and Kwankwaso. And when we are like pleading for Atiku to push Obi, to support Obi, we are now left with Erufai and Kwankwaso. And I said this thing about Kwankwaso. Kwankwaso has pride and it's not loyal. Even if Kwankwaso deputize Obi, Kwankwaso is going to give Obi very big problem. You understand me? And for people that are trying to play down on Erufai, I have to make this very clear. I've said it again. The politician that has the highest or the worst baggage in Nigeria is Tinubu. And today, Tinubu is the president of Nigeria. So what has Erufai done that Tinubu never done 3 times or double? Why we keep on dribbling over this matter? I don't understand. What we stand to gain is what we should be looking out for. Not all this morality stuff or morality stuff. Morality stuff will never take us anywhere. What happened last time? This is APC. They don't believe in play good politics. They believe in play dirty. And you have to play that dirty. You understand me? So, and another thing I have to make very clear here. There is this Malam. I've forgotten Malam's son, the man here in this space. Malam Muhammad. That guy is an APC man. 2 or 3 days ago, I was in one space like that. I think PDP space. He was there. The way he was, castigating P2B, the way he was praising Atiku. Somebody that voted for Bugatti first term, voted for Bugatti second term, from his mouth voted for Tinubu. How do you think that such person will have a sense of reasoning? How do you think that such person will reason very well? It's not done. It can never be possible. And he's pushing for Atiku. And if you watch like what Francis said in his first talk, he said that if you watch.
Sorry, that was a kid.
Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
He
Go
said
ahead.
if you watch the way APC people are going, they castigate what they fear. And one of APC guy came on this line. Sorry, I forgot he said he was shouting that P2B will never become president, that they should give the article, they should give article. That alone should tell everybody that these people fear P2B 100 times more than article. They don't even stand article, they don't even fear article.
Please,
It's as simple as ABCD. And I want to ask this question. Let me throw
Wrap
this
up in
question
1
to
minute,
everybody that
please.
have
1
conscience.
minute. Thank you.
Let me throw this question to everybody that have conscience. If P2B happens to be from the north, and they have another 4 years to complete their tenure, and Atiku happens to be from the south, will they be clamoring for Atiku being from the south to take over instead of P2B? Is it because P2B is from the south or P2B is from the southeast? You understand me? And another problem is all these sycophants around Atiku. I said it again. That the problem, not even Atiku. You understand me? And some of these PDP guys, they will come online and be gaslighting obedience. Me, I'm not obedient. I'm not a article, but I just want good leadership. They be gaslighting. They started all these install. They started all these abuses. Now they want to shift it and put it on the obedience head. It doesn't make sense. Let's call a spade a spade. Please, what I have to say is this final thing. Me personally, I want P2B to be there. Why Erufai become his vice? But if P2B don't want to play dirty, I will repeat it again. If P2B don't want to play dirty, let P2B step aside. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so we'll take another. Okay, Ambrose, you have your hand up again. You have a rebuttal or something? Please do that in 1 minute.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. Thank you so much. All right, all right. I'll be quick with that. So the last speaker, you make good points, but there are a lot of things that I did not agree on. I just want to ask this simple question: do you think, based on the kind of person Obi is going to play dirty or in quotes, play to the gallery, just like what the APC do to grab power? Do you think he's going to do that?
You asked me a question.
Yes,
Hello.
please. Yes, please.
Okay. Please, can you
Yes.
rephrase the question?
So my question is simple. You said that of course if you cannot beat them, you join them in parties. So you said that the Nigerian politics, the way it is, of course, you have to play dirty. It's not a gentleman politics in court. So I'm not asking. You think based on the kind of personality Peter B represents, is going to play to the gallery by playing dirty if he needs to become president of Nigeria?
P2B has weight. If P2B utter a word, that word has weight. Let me give you an example. Last election, if P2B would have that last election, if P2B, like assuming P2B come out from that last election, say, I'm not taking this result. It's not me. This is not my result. What do you think would have happened? Yeah? Look at anytime P2B tweets, do you see the reaction from the APC camp? That's all it takes. And that's one of the reasons I'm pushing for Erufai to become his vice. Because where P2B fell as to be a radical person, then Erufai comes in. You understand me?
Okay.
And when Erufai,
Beautiful. Yeah. I get your point. Don't worry. I think I've taken what I needed to take. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
okay.
Let's move on. Thank you. I can only see one hand up. Please put up your hand if you want to speak so that I can call you. Benedict, go ahead, please.
Good evening. Am I audible? Please, can anyone hear me so
Yes,
that I will not
yes,
get...
yes. Yes, go ahead,
All right.
please.
Thank you so much, the host and all the co-hosts here. The thing is, I've been listening to a lot of people speak here, and it's been quite encouraging seeing that there are a lot of people, both young and old, that still believe in this country, that still believe that we can still get it right in terms of leadership. Is something to cheer about, is something to be happy about. But I also have a few things I would also like to say as my personal opinion. The coalition is good because you need strength in every front to be able to wrestle power, especially from a conclave like the APC. I believe in coalitions, but again, I'm seeing the coalition having the coloration of what happened in 2014, which had its intention on take power away from the ruling party, take power away from the man in Aso Rock, and then there was no thorough permutation on who becomes how we can do it better or what we can do better. It was just all about taking power away. And then again, in 2014, it was more or less about taking power away from the south to the north and all of that. And that's exactly what we are seeing right now. It is about wrestling power away from the APC or from President Tinubu, as it were. And I don't really think there is any clear cut motive that puts Nigerian first in all of those coalition. I'm seeing a lot of people now trying to say that Atiku is this good, is that. I'm not saying Atiku is bad, but again, some people are saying that El-Rufai can be a deputy to Peter Obi, which on paper can be good, but if you understand the El-Rufai's mindset, if you understand El-Rufai's human ideology and political ideology, social ideology, you will know that he's a very, very dangerous person. El-Rufai is a Buhari that is educated. The only difference between El-Rufai and Buhari is because Buhari is an illiterate fanatist. El-Rufai is an educated fanatist. Fanatism is enshrined in their political ideology. Buhari never hid it away from public glare, but a lot of people were too blinded by the drive to wrestle power away from Jonathan. And El-Rufai has consistently displayed that. And then somebody is saying El-Rufai will be able to wrestle power, he can deputize for Peter Obi. El-Rufai around Aso Rock with Peter Obi will frustrate Peter Obi, because El-Rufai is not just a politician. El-Rufai's ideology is rooted in religious fanaticism. That is how he thrives. That is how he got to where he is today politically. Whether you argue, whether you like it or not, or whether you believe me or not, is a different ballgame. El-Rufai is more dangerous than Buhari. And having El-Rufai in Aso Rock to deputize for somebody who is a kind of maybe open-minded like Peter Obi, who will not want to hurt anybody, who will not want to trample on anybody, is a very dangerous thing for Nigerians at large. Will Peter Obi do better than the current system we are running now? Yes, I believe so. But how will they be able to wrestle power away from somebody like Tinubu? Somebody is saying that Tinubu has more baggage than El-Rufai. Yes, based on maybe international and otherwise local evidences, that is true. But for me, if you understand El-Rufai as a person, you will know that Tinubu is more compassionate than El-Rufai. It is good to now begin to try to market and paint El-Rufai to be an angel that we never saw over the years coming up, him coming up even to the point where he has gained political prominence. How did El-Rufai gain the political prominence? Nobody is, and everybody is just about El-Rufai can wrestle power, El-Rufai can wrestle power. So for me, if this
Sorry,
coalition will
please,
work,
please, can you wrap up in 1 minute, please? Thank
all
you.
right, all
One
right,
minute,
thank
please.
you.
Yeah.
Thank you. If this coalition will work, personalities will matter. We are talking about Nigeria here. We are talking about setting a system. It's not about, okay, let's just fix Peter Obi there. Let him just come and do his thing for 4 years. We will ask him out, and then we will take over and run the system again and readjust the system to fit all our personal interests and all of that. It should be a sitting on the round table to be that. There should be a clear-cut ideology that puts Nigeria on a pedestal of 15 years, 20 years developmental agreement, no matter who is the leader at any time. If that coalition is projecting that, then I will support whoever they are bringing to be the flag bearer. But if there is no clear-cut developmental agreement, I mean concrete agreement that is projected for the next 20 years, to help Nigeria grow economically, recover economically, then there is no need for it. It's just all about power struggle and take over and gain power back and all of that. So I rest my
Thank
case
you.
for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for your submission. King E, please go ahead. King Easy. King Easy.
Oh, okay. I heard King A. Sorry.
Sorry.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everyone. I'm a skeptic, and I'll just reply first. H's on his comment. If Peter Obi was an Hausa man, or he was from the north, and I think he said Shetima.
Sorry, guys. King Geze, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Please hold on.
Okay. No
Please.
problem. No problem.
Is Benedict still here? Benedict, eighty
I'm
percent of your submission was focused on how terrible El-Rufai is. So let's try to get your own pathway to seeing Obi become president, right? So what exactly do how do you think that will happen? Tell us.
all right. For me, I believe that for Obi to become president, first of all, he will need to a bit upgrade and heighten his political will to be able to speak the language of winning an election. Obi is too innocent to win a Nigerian election at the moment. That is where it starts from. You see, he's good. He's a good man, and that's why we are rallying around him. But to win an election in Nigeria, Obi needs to a kind of up his game and speak the language and develop an electionary will. That is where it starts from. Then again, I'm not trying to say that the coalition bringing in every force together, both good and the bad, is wrong. But what I'm trying to say is that trying to project El-Rufai into the public sphere of the
Again, you're gone
coalition
to
will
El-Rufai.
be a big
So for
mistake.
Obi,
That's
Obi,
what I'm saying. I'm not trying to say that
so for
him
you,
being at the background or Atiku being at the background. But again, I think to deputize for Peter Obi, they should a kind of that is part of their strategic
okay,
movement to get a more sellable candidate, a more appealing candidate that will deputize for Peter Obi. That
all
because we
right,
are talking
all
about
right.
winning people's
Can you hear me,
confidence
please?
here. Yeah.
Please, we are trying to engage. There's no need to. I'm not gagging. I mean, thank God you've already spoken. So anyway,
Yeah.
so again, half of what you said again is about El-Rufai. So first of all, let's even get the basics right. Are you do you want the coalition to happen? Let's start from there.
Yes, I want it if it has a roadmap that has a developmental blueprint for not just for 4 years, but for 20, 30 years, because that is how a nation, it's not just about
Please
wrestling power,
let's
it's about
let's
development.
not speak in ambiguity, right?
Okay.
Development
Yeah.
framework, all those things. I mean, they will not come and show you, even if they do, right? So let's focus on just the political aspect of it. So you agree with the coalition? Fine, that's all I needed.
I
So
have my reservation about it, even though I agree, because the problem that brought us to where we are today as a nation was brought about by coalition.
so what?
So,
So I
but
mean, you can
again,
say you don't like it. So this is not a space where.
no, 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 no. I'm not because I've weighed the option. It's not about my
So why
like
why
and
why
it's
why
about
why do you think it has to be coalition despite your reservation? Why is it that?
why I think it has to be coalition because of what it takes to win an election in Nigeria and because of the heterogeneous nature of Nigeria in terms of electionary. I believe that you need all from every angle to come together so that they will be able to send the message across board. That's why I believe that coalition will actually be what will be able to wrestle power with the APC. That
Excellent.
is that, yeah.
So at least you agree that you know these guys going at it alone will not get them anywhere, right? Now, where you then have issues is in terms of who leads the ticket, and for you, you would prefer Obi to lead the ticket, right? Now,
Yeah, sure.
even if for you Obi leads the ticket, he cannot afford to have someone like El as vice for you,
No,
correct?
no, no, no,
Okay,
no, 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 no.
so as far as you are concerned, you want the coalition to happen. You are rooting for Obi to lead that ticket, but you don't want Malame Rufai as vice. Correct? So
Sure, sure.
let's now dial back, right? So this leading the ticket, how do you want that to happen? Would it be everyone coming to agree that Obi should take it, or through primaries, direct, indirect? What's your, at least for you as a citizen, as someone who
Yeah.
also has stake in this, how would you want that to be to for that to happen?
We are clamoring for true democracy, and in true democracy, I believe that consensus is a second option. Allowing the people make their choice is the first option, and then consensus is a second option that is also rooted in the people's unanimous agreement. But again, I also believe that they should allow the people vote. Let it be that it is the common majority that picked who runs it. But if unanimously there is that kind of consensus agreement, it is still an option. But voting is the first thing that represents the will of the people, in general will of the people in in a democratic setting. I'm not ruling out consensus agreement, by the way.
Okay, fair enough. So you recognize the fact that we might end up doing a primaries, right? So
Sure.
now, considering the fact that PO is your favorite in all of this, in this coalition, if it then happens that it is going to be a primary election, will you, make it as a point of duty to be a member of that coalition party, so that you can also add your vote to that vote that will bring PO as the leader of that ticket?
Definitely, that will be subject to. Okay, of course. The first thing we are talking about now is the leader of the ticket. So, if my preferred candidate for this election, 2007, because after 2007, other better candidates might emerge. But for now, I think if Obi is the one leading the ticket, then the option of being part of the coalition is not a question to even ask at all. Because if we are in, we are in. If we are out, we are out.
That was not the question I asked, but it's fine. Let's move on. Um, I'm sorry, guys. Malam, if you can hear me, please request for the mic again. When you were co-host, I didn't know that almost 100 people were sent out of the space. How many people have you blocked, Malam? How many people have you blocked? I got DMs, but I just could not speak. I was like, oh my God. But it's all good. The space is open again for everyone to come in. So, Malam, forgive me. I had to drop you from the coast. Oh my God, look at everyone. 100 people just joined the space. Thank
This
you for
is
holding
this
forth, though.
is
Thank you.
yes. This, I have to keep my mental health, straight. So I mean, maybe I'll start unblocking people because now I think at some point I will have to block myself.
Oh,
You know,
but as I make
um,
you calls like this, like 1 million people
I
just
know.
left.
I was very when I saw the course, you should see how happy I was because there was somebody that was about to speak and I didn't want him to speak. So you made me
Ah,
course at the right
this
time.
guy, you just like to
I was very
regard people.
happy. Thank you.
All right, all right. So, thank you guys for joining the space. I apologize for being away. I had two options, either to close the space or just continue, and people were very keen on continuing the conversation, so I just left it. All right, let's go back to the conversation. Thank you, Benedict. Again, I just wanted to know where you stand on things, and everyone have different ways they are looking at this coalition. You know, we've had people who are saying it is Atiku or nothing. Atiku has a better pathway. He's a leader. He has been doing this for the longest time. We had people who also believe Obi is the best candidate. He's the one that wants new Nigeria. He's the one that is not the same as these other guys. It is him or nothing. Then we have those who are then, flexible in their approach to this. They're like, okay, it is, article, if it's article, fine. If it's Obi, fine. They are fine. They are going to support anything to remove this president. They are good with it. Then we now have other people as well who, according to them, they want Obi to be president, of course, right? It is Obi or nothing. But even in that Obi or nothing, it must never be El-Rufai as vice president. That's where they draw the line. Like that's their own, center, right? So everyone has approached this coalition conversation in so many varied ways. Like the permutations are endless, and that is the purpose of this sort of conversation. Again, this is an open space, not we are allowing everyone to speak here for at least on this space. Because I've also noticed a trend. My APC borders, for some reason, are also inclined on the Atiku Obi ticket. And if you ask me, because I was listening to when Macno was speaking, and I just came to one conclusion. They actually don't believe this. They don't want you to actually do it. But what is the best way to get that obedience? What can these people say that will rile up obedience to the extent that they will scatter everything? How can you say Atiku is this? How can you say, before you know it, they abuse, before you know it, coalition don't scatter. So again, it's fine if you actually still hold this view that it is Obi or not. It's fine if you hold the view that is Atiku or nothing. At the end of the day, the decision lies in the hands of these leaders, right? But there's also a lot of damage you can do. There's a lot of damage. And the best way is not to say or not to try to talk against the coalition. No. They would agree with coalition. Okay, let's do coalition. Now, make it seem as though it is like Article 9, and this is not whether they believe in that really. It's just that once they know that they are minimizing Obi's influence, it will annoy you. It will vex you. You go vex. And it is that vexation they are counting on. That is my own, that's just what I think as this thing is unfolding. That's why I'm actually very, very interested in listening to APC voices, because they kind of help you sort of you know read in between the lines. Anyway, let's continue. Again, thank you guys for joining. So King Zeze, sorry about that, you were speaking earlier. Please go on.
All right, thanks. So, just to say, like I was saying, H is on now. So, Cosmos Madoka, the Koshan research chairman, said something I think last week that the Igbos are being treated as a defeated people. A lot of people lost their mind, but I understand what he was saying. There's over 4,000 recorded religion in the world, but no defeated people are worshipped or the gods of a defeated people. No statue is built for the defeated. We have to accept that as Igbo people, or Biafra, if you will, lost the conflict, and Nigeria has not gone through a proper reconciliation program or process to overcome that conflict. And I'm saying this as someone whose father was a personal prisoner of war to a Nigerian captain. So this is very close to my heart. So if Peter Obi is being treated as an outsider in the Nigerian political scene, He's been treated as someone from a tribe that lost the conflict. I don't think this should be a controversy. It's a statement of fact all over the world. Now, my next point is that there is no point in the coalition. I'm sorry, everybody. I know people will see this wrongly, but let me quickly explain. The coalition between Peter Obi or anyone will not work, at least for now. I said this in the last election that Tinubu is going to win, and in the next one, he is going to win. I wish it's not that way, but he's going to win because in the political elite class of Nigeria, Tinubu has more political leverage. Now, I'm not saying about voters, words on the street. If Nigeria is a place where election actually count, individual vote, maybe that would not be the case. But as it stands of today, in Nigeria, no man, not even Obasanjo, is close to having the leverage, political leverage, that Tinubu has. Again, I'm not happy to say this, but we must be able to accept reality the way it is before we can move forward. Now, the skeptic part of me want to ask a question. Okay, this is a question I'm open to any answer. Does anyone here on this space actually believe that democracy will work in Nigeria and develop Nigeria or bring Nigeria to the modern world, knowing that democracy on its own has never done this anywhere in the world? Please don't say Singapore. Singapore was not and still not a democracy. And don't say Vietnam, it's not. And don't say the United States because we know when black people got vote. And don't say Switzerland because women only got vote in 1971. In fact, Nigeria got there were Nigerian women has the right to vote before Swiss women. So I know what I'm talking about here. Does anyone actually, since it has never been tested and proven anywhere in the world? By the way, most South African infrastructure was planned under apartheid. So does anyone actually truly believe, Peter Obi or not, Tinubu or not, does anyone actually believe that the democracy as we have it in Nigeria will take Nigeria to the next level? Thanks.
Yes, I believe
Do
it.
you
I
need an
believe that
answer?
democracy
I
will
believe it can work.
take us to somewhere at some point, and that's why we are here to see how that will work. Kingezi, are you more inclined to, you know, Traore? You want someone like Traore to come to Nigeria?
Now, I wouldn't necessarily say someone like Traore, but I understand the benefit of men like that. I understand the necessity of men like that. I think Nigeria can explore something else. Not necessarily Traore. We can learn a lot from the Chinese system. It might not be the nicest. We can learn a lot from the Singapore system. Again, I'm not saying these are best, but if we have to copy a system, democracy has never done what we want to do or how we want Nigeria to. It has never been done. So, what is our point of reference? That's what I'm saying. Since we are not reinventing our own political system to be different from anyone else, so we are copying some people from somewhere else, and the people we seems to be copying since 1999 at least, that system has not anywhere in history done what we want it to do for us. That's where my skepticism comes in. Traore or not, like I said, there are other systems that are proven to have done the things that we want. So Traore is new. It's more similar to Gaddafi. He worked for some times, but power got into Gaddafi's head, and he got betrayed and all sort of things. We know how that ended, and the
Okay.
effect is still ongoing. Thanks.
Thank you, Kingeze. I mean, see, at the end of the day, um, your way might be the best way for us. Who knows? Who knows? Who are we to say no? It is not. But what I would just say is that no matter the system, no matter the style of governance or whatever, human, people determine whether it will work or not, right? You can have the best system on earth. If you have terrible people leading it, it will never work. You know, so no matter what you have said, like take for instance this Burkina Faso that people are talking about, oh, Traore this, Traore that. Personally, I am not for military government, so I don't rate him because I mean he could have easily just, I don't know. I don't even want to speak on that. So I see a lot of conversation around him. I don't take it seriously, right? But if he was like someone that is very terrible, like the worst of them all, I'm sorry, you will not be hailing Burkina Faso right now. So I feel like even as bad as dysfunctional as you know we are as a country or our system, I feel like maybe we just need to have the right people. At the very least, even try to, you know, let it be that, oh, we actually had great people in this particular um system. We had people that had the best interest of the citizens at heart, you know, but for some reason it did not work out. Because I don't know, whatever you want to say, maybe call me naive. I don't think we've had it yet. I don't think we have those people that were actually invested in, you know, leading properly, right? So until we have that, I can't really speak against, you know, our current democracy as we speak. I mean, flawed, you know, as it is, right? I just need to, you know, fully see for myself that okay, we tried, but it didn't work out, right? So personally, I'm just looking at the people. You know, the people in charge of these systems are the ones that determine how the system will move. And King Gezi, just to put one last thing, is to say that there now becomes a time where you've had successive great people leading the country. You know, in that way, they would have then built strong systems, strong institutions that it will now matter. It will not matter whether they have the worst of the worst leading them. Those strong institutions would be able to stand their ground and make sure that things don't collapse. So I think that's what I would just say on that. So this is not even the space to be debating the system and style of governance, but thank you anyway for adding your voice to the space. Let's move on. Ubando Junior, Ubandoma, you've been coming and dropping. I don't know if you've spoken at all, but please go on.
Okay, thank you very much, Deji, for giving me the opportunity to speak. Just like the space implies, political roundtable. It is a discourse that concerns everybody, all meaning Nigeria. The matter of the coalition, it is not only the politicians that are supposed to have been talking about the coalition, but even the average citizens suffering in the street of Nigeria, and even to Nigerians outside Nigeria that are more concerned about the happenings in Nigeria and how their people are being treated in Nigeria. We found ourselves in a situation whereby we are being treated in our country to the extent that even animals are more given priority more than our lives. You can check the happenings in Benue, Plateau, and other places where there is insecurity, where there is some conflict between farmer header clashes and others. We found ourselves in a country whereby students have been graduated in universities, finishing their NYSC without the hope of even being employed, which is driving some of we the youths into committing one crime or the other. Some are committing suicide. Those that don't even have the ability to resist the pressure are committing suicide. All happening in Nigeria. Numbers of unemployment keep increasing every day. So it is a matter of concern to every Nigerian youth, not because you don't like Tinubu or not because you don't like any other politician, but it is a matter of how can we secure a better Nigeria for ourselves. If the leaders of yesterday make Nigeria so dilapidated, so died, and so unfuturistic like the way these current ones are doing, can those people occupying positions today have the certificate or even have the potentials of being the leader? The answer is no. You can ask yourself that question. So it is a matter of urgency for all well-meaning Nigeria. In as far as you see the numbers of unemployed being increasing every day due to some lacks of you don't have anybody, they ask you who even sponsored you to go to school, who finance you through school, and that is why there is discrimination even when they want to employ, and that is why the numbers of unemployment keep increasing. Then you guys can all tell yourself that operating a one party system in a multi-ethnic and multi-diverse country like Nigeria, it is totally condemnable, because one person will eat his cake and still have it. One person will determine who to be who and who to succeed and who not to succeed in Nigeria, which is totally no and which is totally condemnable. We want the marginalization. We want government of inclusion. We want government that is going to involve everybody in the national decision making. How can it happen? It is by coming together to define a common goal, fight for the common goal, and get a level ground for each and everybody. So coalition is a welcome idea. It is time for everybody to go back to his leader or anybody he believes in, that this person can speak on my behalf in the position whereby they are speaking and decisions are going to be made, which is tell your leader, oh, it is all about negotiation. Negotiate about our own ambitions, tell them about our goal, tell them about our dreams of Nigeria, the kind of Nigeria we want. If they are going to come up with that very suitable and very sustainable plans for the youth. And that is why I also say it is time for us, the youth, to also stand up and negotiate. This coalition, oh, we are going to support this coalition wholeheartedly because we are the leaders of tomorrow. We are the leader of today, self. It's just that they are denying us our today. Then, if we believe that we are the leaders of tomorrow, we negotiate. Oh, this is what we want. This is how we want our country to operate. And I don't see anything. Oh, sorry. Am I audible? Sorry, please. So it is just that we this is the kind of Nigeria we want. We want inclusion. We want a Nigeria whereby youth are going to be given a free playing level ground. We are going to strive. We are also going to, like, with our potentials. We don't want positions of essays. We don't want positions of this and that. We don't even want to manage some ministries and agencies that doesn't even have any value, that cannot contribute to the development, growth and development of Nigerian youth. It is very simple. You can hate somebody. Yeah, no man is an island. But then it is going to be very difficult for someone to say from the day you are being given birth to up to the time you are certain 40 or 45, there is nothing good you have ever done in life. So whenever we want a reconciliation, mostly at times you don't focus on the weaknesses of somebody. Look at the life ahead. They said leaders without followers are not leaders. So they cannot do without us. We cannot do without them. It is a matter of negotiation, either Obi or any other candidate on the ballot. The fight is double. We want a better Nigeria. We don't want a country that is going to be turned into a one-party system. You guys can be seeing in every of their statements, they keep pushing it to us that it is not bad to operate in a one-party system. Somebody even tell us that democracy will develop multi-party system even affect the development of a nation. And you guys can see how they are doing things, family and friends affairs. So this is not what we want, and this is not what we even need to talk about, either Obi or any other candidate on the ballot, for as long as it's going to take down APC. Because go back to the legacy of APC since 2015 when they come into power. Somebody, I post a video where I see a video on TikTok that say if presidents in Nigeria since 1999 are going to be cell phones, they say Radwa is iPhone, Jonathan is Samsung, and Buhari is an Itel, and they say Tinubu is Vivo. So Vivo simply means something that you cannot even operate. You don't usually get out the normal Vivo we see on floor. Even if you inside or install your WhatsApp, you will see how it's going to be giving you headache. So it is totally what we don't even want, we should not even discuss about. Now it's time for us to settle our differences, come out with a laudable voice. We that even have voices, that have mobile phones to be coming on spaces to discuss. To God who made me, the average Nigerian outside the streets is just waiting to hear that this is the formidable force that is going to combat Tinubu. The gathering yesterday that was done in Abuja, you will need to come and see it on the ground. We that we are just normal, we are very close to the people on ground. They were looking at the video and they were very exciting, knowing, having hope that something good is going to come out from it. So I just urge all of us to please push more further for this coalition to come. It should be on a very very objective and productive means, not to just take power. Me, I also support that, but then we should negotiate, and I believe everybody representing the coalition are the people that have Nigerians at heart, are the people that understand the dynamics of Nigeria, and they are also going to come out and negotiate something good for the betterment of all Nigerians. So at this junction, I am employing all of us, I'm pleading with all of us to support this coalition, to support this coalition, and to support this coalition with pure mind and with the dedication and consistency on making sure that we have a government of inclusion come 2027. Thank you, Deji. Thank you, comrades, for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Uh,
Yeah, yeah, good day, Deji. Yes, please, can I just make a quick submission and
no,
drop
no,
down?
please hold on. I'm sure when you came up, you saw people before you came up, so just chill.
But I've been on this space listening for more than hours now.
But you met speakers.
What I'm saying is, all the speakers here have been here before them. But
You've been
go
here
ahead.
before them listening, or you've been here before them
Yeah,
on the speaker
listening,
section.
listening. Go ahead, go ahead. It's just, I just wanted to point out a few things, and then
Then
this
you
King
wait for
Geze
your
that
turn,
claims
sir.
his name is King Geze, I smelt his hypocrisy from a mile away. But
Please
go ahead.
hold on, please. No be fight. Please, because you've been here, you've been on the listener session, does not just give you
Go ahead, go
priority
ahead.
over.
Yeah, go ahead, go
I
ahead,
get,
go
I'm
ahead. I'll
speaking to
wait.
everyone who may think the same. So you've been on the listeners for a while. It is when you come up, you have to stay on the queue. So I'm sorry about that, guys. All right, let's move on. So just by my own count, right? I know Kingezi have spoken, Honorable spoke earlier, Mbadoma has spoken. So I think just the other speakers I'm going to allow to speak now. So Olawale, please go on. Is Olawale there? No. Okay. Okay, Tobe Chukwu, go on.
Yeah, the person that came here to advise people on his timeline is saying that it might go down in history that the World Trade Organization died under the leadership of a Nigerian woman by the name Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Imagine the type of hypocrite that is coming here to disguise himself in the name of King Eze and spewing trash. I hardly take things personal in my life with anybody, but hypocrisy is something I frown upon heavily, and deceit. But that is not the reason I came up. The reason I came up is to advise some of the obedience that in life, God is not only Igbo people that God created. God created wonderful human beings in different cultures, blessed people, upright people from every corner of this world. And so when we are dealing with this coalition, we have to be dealing with the coalition with a mindset that is above regional barrier. The person that article that you are looking down upon, some people are looking up to him, and they are in their right mind. That same article that you're looking down on, B2B, was his running mate in 2019 election. That El Rufai you are looking down on and calling all sorts of names. Some people are looking up to him based on the good he has done. No man is a saint that you call Peter to be a saint and you call Atiku a sinner, or you call Peter to be a saint and you call El Rufai a sinner. These people are the same human beings as you. The only difference is that you're viewing the world from your own point of view, and them and their supporters are viewing the world from their own point of view. So for you to come together, you have to break down your barriers and be willing to accept people the way they are. Accept people the way they are and understand from their own point of view. So when we say that this coalition, if you trust the leadership of P2B, then you should be able to trust his decision when the time comes. Whether he's coming out as the leader of the coalition or as a running mate, you have to be able to hold down your emotions and your personal biases, you know, and accept the outcome of that coalition for the betterment of Nigeria. Because Nigeria is at stake. Nigeria is being hijacked before our eyes. Nigeria is being hijacked. So it is at that we are at that critical moment where even I don't want to make some comment, but we have seen cases all over the world. We have seen cases all over the world where you have to make alliance with somebody that you are not compatible with for a common goal, for a common good. You have to put that your saintly attire in your pocket and shake hand with that person that you think is the devil for the betterment of the future of the country. Because the way Nigeria is going now, countries like Zimbabwe might be a child's play, but God forbid, or Venezuela, Venezuela that was proud in the fact that they were the richest country in terms of oil deposits. Look at Venezuela today. Go and look at their economy. Arguably the richest country in terms of oil reserve. But look at them today. And that is where Nigeria is spiraling quickly into. Because a few criminals who, you need to understand that there are some people that are leaders. There are people that are leaders, they are born leaders. There are people that are tyrants, but they don't know that they are tyrants. Most tyrants in the world today don't even know that they are tyrants. Look at the way Nigeria is going, a country that is arguably, let's say 50% Christian, 50% Muslim. And then look at the outcome of the last election. And then look at all the killings. Has the president visited any of these states or these local governments where we are seeing pile of bodies of Christians? Has he visited any of these places to show empathy at least? To at least show empathy to what is going on. Look at the appointments. One-sided. Is that the way Nigeria is going to go? So that the next president will come and will still do that same one-sided and Nigeria will keep retrogressing. It will not work that way. It will not work that way. We have to support this coalition. Support this coalition. I'm speaking to the obedience. That saintly attire, put it in your pocket for now, for the interest of the country. Because You see this alliance between the Southeast and the North. If, God willing, this alliance is successfully created, Nigeria will be transformed. This alliance between the North and the Southeast, if it is successfully created, leading up to this 2027 election, it will be an alliance that will transform this nation, and a lot of baggages that have been buried will be rested. So support the coalition. And if you truly believe your principal, P2B, who I also support, you should be able to understand and support his decision, whichever decision they make in that coalition, as to who will be the front runner. If he comes out as the leader of the coalition and agrees to a four-year term, and then maybe wait for the turn of the north to complete before it come back to the south, and then he can vie again, or he might go in the first term, and his idea of implementing a one-term presidency might come to pass even before the end of his tenure. You know. Lastly, this person that is claiming that your name is King Geze, your name is not King Geze. This your deception. This your deception is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand. This is the way I speak. I'm not angry with you,
Okay.
and
All
I'm
right.
not.
All
I'm
right.
just.
You going
I'm
back to Kengese just tells me that you are done with what you want to say. So first of all, I'm going to give Kengese benefit of the doubt to sort of give us the
Don't give him
context.
any benefit of that.
Toby,
I'm not going
please
to
mute your
engage him.
mic.
I'm not going to engage him.
I'm not asking you to. Do you want me to drop you so that you can speak?
No, Deji, wait, hold on. Are we quarreling? Benefit of that for what?
Please mute your mic, sir. All right. Kengese, do you want to give us the context? Is there any context to that tweet that Toby just read, or you're just angry at Nigerian women?
Okay, first of all, I don't think this is the space for that. Tobechukwu, you can engage me if you want to, but let me just give a
Aburo
context.
Nwanagi, Aburo Nwanagi,
Okay, sorry.
Aburo Nwanagi.
Iburonwanam, sorry. Okay. So let me just give a quick context since I don't think this is the space for that conversation. Now, I live in Switzerland. Okay. I've been to World Trade Organization um, public forum
Where in
multiple
Switzerland
times.
exactly? Where in
Now,
Switzerland exactly? So that I will come there. Where exactly in Switzerland are you?
I live
Toby, if you unmute your mic again, I would have to drop you. Right? This is not even what we should be talking about. You brought it up, and I'm just asking Kingeze to clear that so that we can move on. So please don't unmute your mic. If you want to know where he stays in Switzerland, DM him. He seemed to like his page, so follow him and DM him. So Kingeze, sorry about that. Please go on.
okay.
No vex, I beg. It's the mute. Sorry. Just try and unmute once it allows you.
Okay, I live in Lausanne. If you want to know, but anyway, what I'm saying is, I follow geopolitics a lot. So my statement on Okonjo-Iweala is based on the current event in the world. The United States can back out of many of their what's it called trade deals, which are supposed to be upheld by WTO. But under her leadership, such deals are not being upheld and they don't seem to be doing anything about it. This is a statement of fact. I'm not a sentimental person. She's an Igbo woman, I'm an Igbo man. So I don't play maybe because she's Igbo or Nigeria, we support by every means necessary. I don't play that. Sorry, okay, you say you are not my brother. Sorry, Tobechukwu. I don't play sentimental politics. I don't even play politics. It's a statement of fact. You can see trade deals collapsing everywhere which are under supposed to be upheld by the office that she's leading. So we can, like I said, if you're interested, we can go deep into this in a different space. However,
Yeah.
the reason I raised my hand before is the coalition, which is what we are talking about here. So the coalition, what I understood, I haven't lived most of my adult life here in Europe, Britain and now Switzerland. Coalition is a political system where sometimes two opposing parties or two slightly aligned, not fully aligned political allies or entities comes together to form a government because one party cannot have an outright win. So, which means they are leading based on negotiation. There will be concessions. So, for example, now let's assume things goes well. Peter Obi and Shetima or Atiku, whoever, coalition, they win. Okay, next election, they start ruling. So Peter Obi now says, people are dying in Benue by headsman. Let's take a very strong security stance. And Shetima Atiku, whoever from the north says, this is a good thing, Obi, but this is a coalition, right? Before I allow you to take a drastic action towards that, I understand security is important. However, people are ringing me from my constituency, from my base in the north, that most of these headsmen are Hausa people, and it might affect innocent ones. So take it slow or don't act until X amount of time. The people here, now here's my question. The people here, because coalition needs to be understood what it is. The people here who are supporting coalition government, do you guys think that's a good thing? Because again, understand what coalition is and how it is run is because you cannot win outright. That's the reason you have it in the first place. And you have to give concession to whoever you are ruling with. Will the people here be happy with that? Because the system has to be analyzed as much as the
But some people are already saying they're happy with it and they want that's how they want to proceed.
Can you
okay,
ask him what
great.
he wants? Can you ask him what he wants? Because the more he's talk, the more he's exposing himself. The more he's
All right.
speaking, the more he's exposing
That's
himself.
a fair question, Kingeze.
It's
I mean,
not
Kingeze
even you,
already
but
said what he wants. He talked
what do
about
you want?
the
What
style
does
of
he want
government
in
issues
short
we should
term?
have in Nigeria. Like the type of democracy we currently operate
Ask him
is not
short term.
working
Short
for
term.
us.
What does he want short
So,
term? It's not
so
Eldorado
I think
socialism
you already
and
sort of
this.
explained. Anyway, Kingeze, please round up in 1 minute.
So to just, I don't have anything else to add because, like I said earlier from the beginning, my first
What do
speech, I
you
said
want? What do you
to
want is
Bechuku,
what we're
calm down
asking.
now. I'm not fighting you. Calm down. Let me speak. I will answer you. So, like I said earlier, I'm a skeptic. I ask questions, and I'm open to any answer really because I like to learn. So to answer your question, and I'm done. Except if I have something else to add later. Tobechukwu, I don't think it's here. But to answer his
No, I
question, what
dropped
I
him. He
what
was being unruly.
what I want in short term is the restructuring of Nigeria. You cannot build house on a swamp. You have to lay a good foundation. Short term, let's just say we're still suffering. Okay, but the restructuring of Nigeria in terms of how is this country going to proceed? That's what me, if it's up to me, would want. Not like a quick fix. It never leads to anywhere. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you very much. I mean, let me know even because I don't want to take any. But when you read that, I was just thinking it could be the trade deals that was collapsing. But you've explained yourself. It's not for me to explain. So let's move on. Um. So yeah, thanks for joining the space again, guys. Dr. Ayodeji, please go on. Dr. Ayodeji, please go on. Wow. No say me now. I no be doctor. I be Deji. Me, I no be doctor, so maybe I cannot be calling him like that. Dr. Ayodeji, are you there? Please unmute your mic. I don't think he's there.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Oh yeah, yeah, go on.
Oh, thank you for the beautiful space. I've enjoyed it.
Your
I've
voice
listened
is low
to
though.
several. Yeah, can you hear me?
If you are using an headphone, just disconnect it. Try and speak to the mic. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah,
Oh, thank you very much. So the conversation, here in this space has been
we can hear
good.
you again.
First, hello, can you hear me now?
Your voice, I don't know what's going on. Are you using headphones?
No, no.
No. Okay, just go on. Go
Yes.
on.
Okay. Uh, okay, can you hear me better? Anyway, so let me quickly make my submission. So far, what I've noticed is
All
that
right. Dr. Edeji, there's no point going further if we will not really hear what you're saying. So I would advise you go out of the space, come back, request again, and I'll prioritize you. Because we can't hear you.
thank
Yeah.
you.
So
Okay,
sorry about that.
I'll do that. Thank you. Okay, all right.
All right.
Thank you.
Suleiman, what's up?
Hello, hello everyone.
How you doing?
Yeah.
Can you hear me, please?
Yes, please go on.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I have to say that I've been following this political roundtable week in, week out, and I wanted to commend you guys for being engaging because we need to be engaging. We need to be more and more engaging. We tend to be disengaged from politics, and one way or another, we all end up suffering the consequences. So I want to commend whoever Deji and Co that are behind this program, and then to sustain it so that we can continue with that engagement. Wherever there is tyranny, the tyrants are afraid of the political engagement of the citizens. So let us remember that and keep up with the engagement. No matter the extent of disagreement we might have, just gathering together and talking to each other and talking about politics, making analysis, trying to agree with each other is something good in itself. So I want to say thank you and well done for this. Secondly, I want to raise the issue of this coalition. Uh, I'm myself not entirely partisan. That is to say, I'm a journalist. I don't have APC or PDP, obedient movement or either way. I just observe things as they happen, and I try to keep my own politics to myself. But also follow developments around the world. What I would like to tell the obedient movement in particular is this: there is no such thing as Puritan partisanship. There is no Puritanism in partisanship. Like Toby was saying earlier, if you have a political position, you have to understand that that political position is only a point on a spectrum. It is not the only point, nor necessarily the best point, although that's how it might appear to you. It might appear to you that, oh, what I represent as an obedient is the best thing ever in Nigeria. But that's just one viewpoint in reality. And elections are about aggregations of votes, aggregations of interests, aggregations of views. It's not something that one can say that I own this, therefore I am better than Mr. A, I am better than Mr. B. So that's one area where I think the obedient movement from day one, and I have been following the movement for a long time. That's where I think that has been missing. That understanding has been missing. There's always that sense. It's like those who followed the 2016 elections in the U.S. If you remember the supporters of this was this senator, what's his name now? Is it Sanders? He was always his supporters were always like, we're the best. We represent the Democratic Party better than those who support Hillary Clinton and all that and all that. And in the end, what happened? They both lost. You cannot govern. You cannot do anything in politics unless you first of all win an election. So winning an election is by itself a major outcome. And to get to that outcome, you might have to hold up your nose and shake hands with somebody you would not otherwise shake hands with. So again, you look at Atiku, you look at people like Erufai, you look at people like Obi, people like Konkuso and all these other guys. As long as they cannot come together and form this coalition or whatever name you want to give it, as long as their votes cannot be aggregated along the same line. So I'm not even calling it coalition. As long as each vote is going to go outside, I mean, individually, they are going to lose. This is a statement of fact, and it has nothing to do with the cynicism about whether elections will count or not. Elections count in Nigeria. They count in Nigeria. That's part of the cynicism people should stop, because if once you say elections, votes will not count, you are telling people to not go to bother and vote. And even if somebody is going to rig election, there has to be votes on the ground first before they rig it. So votes actually count. And there is a point where rigging cannot work if the votes are so aligned in on one side. So it seems to me like you have Peter Obi and Atiku. This is a solution now looking for problem. And these people are not strangers. Until June 2 years ago, they were in the same party. And 4, 5, 6 years ago, they were in fact on the same presidential ticket. So it does not make sense politically or analytically or any other way for somebody to come and say, okay, I am an obedient person. I cannot do with Atiku. I cannot do with Erufai and so on and so forth. When it mattered the most, when Buhari needed it, he paired with people like Tinubu and others, and they got the power they wanted. What did they do with it is a different thing. Certainly, personally, I would feel that they were disappointing. They didn't do enough with it, and so on. But on this occasion, it's not just that Nigeria is running towards a one-party state. We're already there in that one-party state kinds of thing, because every day we can see what's been going on. We can see that nothing matters there's no kind of governance going on right now. Everything that the government is interested in, and not just the president, but all the other political functionaries around him, the only thing they are interested in now is 2027 election. And they are not interested in 2027 election in terms of policy to say, okay, let me come up with the kinds of policies that will sell among Nigerians so that those policies will enable us to win the next election. That's not what they're interested in. Because that one, above all, is difficult. It's hard. But what they are interested in is if you can bring this person that can give us 10 votes or 1 million votes or 50 million votes, bring it to our side. No matter how much it's going to cost, we will do what we can to pay you for it. That's all they are interested in. So those on the other side, the opposition now, if one is facing south, the other is facing north, the next one is facing east, and so on and so forth, that's defeat already there. It's simple, and it's just not in Nigeria. It's the same everywhere. As long as the other opposing parties, particularly in a third world or developing context as ours, as long as you cannot come together, you are not going to take power. And it is not going to be because you were rigged out. It is because you rigged yourselves out. Because once your votes and your voices are going in different directions, you have already lost the argument. It's very, very simple. So I would like people to have this understanding that your position is not always the best, and it's not always the only one. So it is fine to join up with other people, because if you are not at the seat, how do you hope to influence the process? You cannot. But if you are at the seat, at the table alongside other people, then you can say, okay, this is what I represent. Somebody was talking about the Benue situation earlier. As somebody who is closer to Benue right now, I know that a lot of what is understood about it is largely misinformation. There is problem in Benue. There is problem in Benue, but the way the problem is perceived is not like it is Hausa people or the Fulani people who are killing these other people every day. It is a lot more complex than that. But I don't even want to go into that. The issue is, suppose you have a particular idea about Benue, and you think that, oh, a drastic security measure needs to be taken in order to stop the farmer herder clashes. How are you going to be able to do that if you are not at the table at all? You're not going to be able to do that. You will just be on spaces such as this and talk and talk and talk, and it will not solve the problem. And if those who are there at the seat are not interested in that, your issue does not get addressed at all.
Okay.
So people really have to have an understanding of what it's
Yeah.
at stake. That if people really, really want an OB presidency, because what this is all about for the obedient is an OB president. I mean, an OB presidency. If you want that, the path to it will not be Puritan, will not be neat, but it is possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Suleiman. I just have one question. So we can see some northern governors, some northern politicians. You guys can hear me, right? Okay, because I saw
Yes, I
my
can hear
alarm.
you.
Anyway, so we can see some northern politicians coming up, endorsing the president for 2027, Northwest, Northeast, North Central, Northern governors, and all of this. And yesterday, we also saw some northern leaders in a meeting or conference, whatever you call it, with the opposition voices or leaders. So, which of these northern leaders should Nigerians, you know, um, trust more? That okay, these ones are more influential than these ones. What do you think? Which of these leaders will regular Nigerians sort of listen to when election day comes?
Thank you very much. To paraphrase your question, you are asking me to what extent will the coalition in the opposition be viable? Am I
I
correct?
mean, yeah, but now vis-a-vis the influence of the
The
leaders
other,
that have
yes,
endorsed either side. Yeah.
yes, yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. My answer to this, I will give two answers. First of all, down south, people always have this sense that the north is one place. Sometimes the way it's represented, people even think like it's one person, actually. Not just that it is one place or one people, but just one person, that they speak with the same voice and so on and so forth. It's never been like that. There is always contestation in the north as well. People have disagreements, people have their own factions, and so on and so forth. So if you see governors endorsing Tinubu, it's a huge place. You have 19 states, hundreds of millions of people. I mean, tens of millions of people around. So if you see governors endorsing Tinubu here, endorsing Tinubu there, it does not necessarily mean that they are more influential. Everyone is just flexing their own muscles. And it's on election day that people can know who is going to be victorious, which side it's actually the most. That's one. But having said that, I really want to say that, as to the extent that I think in the last 2 years, there is hardly any state in the north that I have not visited. There is hardly any state in the north that I don't have friends in or don't belong to groups where we talk every day on WhatsApp, or at least follow discussions on WhatsApp. In the last 2 years, I don't think there is any magic that anyone supporting Tinubu is going to be able to even come out and say, even to come out itself, because people can do this in hotel rooms, they can do this hotel boardrooms, I mean, or they can do it in places where large, but to actually go out and meet the people and say, oh, I am for Tinubu, I am this, I am that, it's going to be really difficult even by itself. Very, very difficult. In other words, believe me, the only thing people are looking for is a viable direction. Somebody to take, to stand and say, okay, we stand against Tinubu no matter what, and provide that direction and that leadership, and in a way that makes it appear, reasonable and viable. And I think that false will be very difficult to bring down. Even a few days ago, my younger brother, who is in Bauchi, he was telling me that I shouldn't mind all these things. He just doesn't see how, as long as this coalition movement, if they can find their things together, he just doesn't see how the votes are going to come for the government side. So in the end, the leading politicians can gather and talk and do that. If there is nothing happening on the other side, even somebody from within the same coalition movement messaged me earlier. I said, it is good for you people to start speaking out so that people will begin to see that there is a different vision of society around as well, not only the APC renewed hope vision. But if you allow the space to be occupied by only that side, the corresponding impact will be that people would think that's the only thing available. One party is not something that, but it's also mental. If people see that that's the only party available, chances are that that's what they're going to vote for. Or if they cannot vote for that, they just stay home. But if you give them the alternative, not only in talk, but also by deed, you come out and people can see that, yes, you now have some sort of equal or relatively equal opposition within the system, then they can follow. And even some of these governors that you see that are doing this, are doing that. I wrote in my column last week the origins of the KBAC presidency, because I wanted to understand why is Tinubu leaning towards more and more despotic tendencies. And part of the argument I gave is precisely because the government realizes that they are unable to win on the basis of just debate, on the basis of policy, on the basis of anything else. Therefore, they can intimidate any politician, they can intimidate anyone to fall in line, either through anti corruption intimidation or through other forms of intimidation, or by compromising them with money and so on and so forth. And money is important in Nigerian politics. So, to that extent, that who is really most influential, I would say that everyone has their place in the North, and the North has always been like that. Even during Sadona, there was also NEPU, and NEPU was powerful still. In the North, in the Second Republic, NPN was here, PRP was here, GNPP was here, and all three had followers. It has always been like that. But in the end, in this context, in this moment right now, I know very well that what people are looking for is some direction that goes against the side of the government and that appears serious and appears viable. In the absence of that direction, and I'm even worried that the time already is late, because by this time next year, in 12 months, the political parties will have to produce their presidential candidates. By this time, 12 months from now, we will be talking about parties completing their primaries, including presidential primaries by now. and you have to do all the lower level primaries before you get to the presidential term. In short, there is no time already. There's no time already. That's why the APC came out last week to say that they have endorsed President Tinubu, which is to be expected, even if, because that's the norm generally. Once you have the ticket and you want a second term, you are normally given the benefit of doubt, except in some extreme circumstances where people feel that you are not doing enough. And in Nigeria, you don't have that kind of exceptions. Usually, people will just say, okay, we are with you, and so on. Together the videos that I saw. Initially, I was even thinking maybe they are doctored, but then I saw it on Atiku's. I saw it on Atiku's timeline that is on as posted on his own. It's not. It's not. We're not in a religious field here. It's not. It's not about sainthood or whatever. If it's about winning power. Nobody wins power in any neat way. Not here, not anywhere. So I was feeling that this is a good development. And once people begin to see that, it will begin to raise consciousness and people will begin to think in particular ways. And before you know it, even those who are undecided before can now be decided one way or another. Those who were unconvinced before can become convinced. But as I said earlier, believe me, the time is just getting quite short.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Suleiman. You talked about your column. Where do you write?
I write for Daily Trust, Monday column.
Great.
Please, just one question.
If he's
I
happy to
really
take it,
enjoyed the
that's fine.
submission. Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I can't even.
Please.
What's his name now? Sorry. The vice presidential candidate to Atiku Abubakar has just, has defected to the APC.
Yes.
When he granted an interview on Arise TV, and when he was asked, one of his strongest reasons was that he felt that it's actually unfair to be trying to support a northern presidential candidate when
Yes.
somebody from the north had just completed his term, and he said he actually regretted that, and that's one of the reasons why he feels he should be part of APC so that they will push the southern agenda. And this is my question: How important do you think is the north versus south divide? I mean, how much of a role do you think this plays in
Thank you very much.
determining who wins the presidency? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's speaking? Okay.
Malam, thank
So,
you.
Malam, thank you. I couldn't follow your name. Yeah. So, thank you very much. First of all, to address what Okowa said in my column last week, which I mentioned earlier about the origins of a KBSC presidency. One of the examples of the political intimidation I mentioned is the Okowa case that you just mentioned. And all I needed to do was just to, mention the facts and the timeline behind them. In November last year, just November here, that's about 6-7 months ago, Okowa was arrested alongside all his other people who served with him in Delta State on charges of corruption amounting to about 1.3 trillion. That's a lot, you know. And if you remember, Okoa was not just a vice presidential candidate in 2023 of the PDP in 2023. He was also a major financier of the party and that election, and so on. And now he's been arrested for 1.3 million charges, and should. But from April last year, him and the governor, I mean, April this year, that's last month, him and the governor that he installed in Delta State, they all moved from PDP to APC. And since then, they have all been roaming around the country free of the charges, I happen to know quite a bit about how anti-corruption works in the country. And one of the is that there is always that political instrumentalization of corruption charges or of anti-corruption processes, either directly or indirectly. In this case, I don't know whether it is directly or indirectly. I just know that these are the facts. Only a few months ago, somebody was arrested on charges of corruption, and then a few months later, he joined the ruling party, and then suddenly nobody is talking about his corruption charges again. And if I understand Nigeria well, and I believe I do a little, chances are that no one will be talking about it. For me, that is the defining reason for his movement from PDP to APC. But of course, he's not going to say that. And do not expect him to say that. He would probably say things like, no, it is because they believe in the Southern presidency and so on and so forth. But he knew about the Southern presidency when in 2023. And the situation in 2023 is even more on anti-Southern presidency than it is in 2027. Because in 2023, a Northern president was leaving office. So that's the point you expect that if it were based on principle, that's the point you expect him to say that, no, I cannot do another, I cannot it has to be somebody from the South this time around. But he didn't. He actually not only got on the ticket, also helped to finance it. So I don't think that such explanations they're out there, but I don't necessarily believe them. But you also asked a second question. Can you remind me again? I thought I had an idea,
Yeah,
but I
yeah,
cannot
yes. So
remember.
so
Yes,
my question is related to that. That
yes.
do you believe the North versus South
Mm,
sentiment it's an important
yes.
factor in determining election outcomes?
Which way? Thank you very much. Yeah, I think it does. It certainly does. It does, particularly when one person has had, at the very least, 8 years in office. In 2023, I wrote again in my column that I think probably in 2022, even before the 2023 elections, I said one of the constants of Nigerian politics is that, power has to change hands between somebody from the north and somebody from the south. This is a constant. Part of the reasons we're having the truncations in military truncations of democracy in the past is because that could really not be the time, and that could really not be laid out as a basic principle, But yeah, I also added that I don't know whether it has to be within 8 years or within 4 years. I don't know whether it has to be within the same party or from opposing parties, and so on and so forth. These details are left for politicians and political parties to work out among themselves. So the answer I would give is that now that somebody from the South had been in office since at least 2023, and he's going to remain in office for the next 2 years until 2024, the Southern argument, the North-South argument, is going to matter less in the North. I don't know to what extent it will matter in the South. It's going to matter less, and I'll come to that. It's going to matter less in the North than if it would have in a period like, say, 2023. because when Erufai said power had to go to the south, a lot of in 2023, a lot of people down here actually believed it. They thought that it's only makes sense, and those who wanted to impose a northern candidate, Ahmad Lawan at the time, because for the same reason they couldn't come out with it early enough, and it became too late. Again, the importance of timing in political affairs and electoral affairs in the country. So by the time El Rufai said something like that, to be honest, a lot of people thought, yes, that's only reasonable, and so on and so forth. But now, Tinubu has had 4 years. I don't think that that is going to matter, at least in the north, the way it did in 2023. That's one. And secondly, the south itself is not one place, just like the north. The north is even more. You can think of the north in terms of oneness more than you can even think of the south. So you have southeast, you have south, you have southeast. I mean, each of these represents southwest. Sorry, each of these represents a wholly different geopolitical entity, at least within Nigerian context. So my thinking is that for the people who will be, for one reason or another, likely to, support the coalition, if it does happen, I don't think the issue of Southern presidency at that point will be the primary thing in their thinking as well. They will be looking, if they look at it at all, they'll be looking at a path to Peter Obi. And I think, again, to that side, that's you have a chance to negotiate, to grab things, and not to negotiate on paper. We have to have these offices, we have to have these persons, so that in the end, while you are in government, because that's what the North didn't do with Tinubu, and that's why we're here now. If they had done that, that we have to have these offices, we have to have these offices, and installed some of this even before the election, chances are that they are in a better place to hold him to account. And all the one-sided appointments people are talking about, things will have been different. So the coalition, to veer off a little, the coalition have that they have that opportunity to not only enter. And when people talk about negotiation, it's just not verbal something. It's also in terms of personnel, actual people holding actual positions, not just something that you write down that somebody can tear down once they get into power. It's in terms of personnel, in terms of people. Okay, Deji, you're going to be this. Tobechiku, you are going to be that. And it's agreed upon right now and made known, publicly known, not necessarily hidden, so that once somebody comes in, you begin to put that, you roll that structure into function, into office, and then you have some leverage, to also monitor, because it's politics still. It will not necessarily 100% guarantee everything, but it's better than the current position where you are. So you monitor your eggs are now in one basket. You now monitor that basket by all means until the next election. Thank you very much.
Deji, are you there? Deji.
I think it's a way there. So I don't know
Oh,
if there's a queue. But, I'm really enjoying this speaker, if I'm being honest. But others
King
have to
Gaze,
speak.
King Gazin, King Gazin,
Yeah.
calm down. People they calm down. Comrade, me on allow this thing.
okay, who should go next? Sorry, I've been listening.
Comrade,
I've
I
not
have
I
a
been.
think I
question
should go
for the
next.
last speaker, please. I beg,
Come
please.
again?
I have a question for the last
I
speaker,
go ahead now.
please. Yeah, Mr. Suleiman, thank you so much. Wonderful submission, and it was
Thank
quite
you.
interesting listening to you. Please, for someone like me, I've always considered
Yes.
an Erufai a very, very useful asset as far as this coalition is concerned. Can you
Mm.
and I have my personal reasons or personal thoughts, but I don't want to share it with you. I just want to
Okay.
double check if it is if it's in tandem with what I've always thought about his usefulness. Can you share with me What do you think an El-Rufai in this coalition can bring to the table as far as this coalition and the process is concerned? Thank you so much. That's just my question.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity also to be able to speak. I think El-Rufai will bring two things. But what you can not take away from him is that organizational ability, the ability what partisan politics is about. We're not ever when you see the Democratic Party, for example, an interest within them, but in order to win and to be able to form a government and say something, or have a say, in a way that actually matters, they will, find a way to bury differences and then come together and work together, retain their differences, but work together and then find ways to agree and win power and do something for themselves and for the things that they believe in. That's politics. El-Rufai has that organizational ability. I have to warn you though that I believe also that Tinubu has matches, in fact, more than matches that organizational ability as well. And he was part and parcel of the entire process too. So they understand the game. So it's going to be a lot more interesting than 2015 because you now have two very able and capable persons in because the image of Tinubu as somebody sick, as somebody who doesn't know what he's doing, that's not the correct image. And it's very important that those who want to take power from him have to have the right image of whom they are dealing with. He is not stupid, So El-Rufai has the organizational ability that he can bring to the table. And as I said, he's already demonstrating that. And for me personally, I think that's what even an Atiku would have seen in him and bury the hatchet and embrace him again, despite their previous experiences within the same Nigerian politics. So that's number one. Second, El-Rufai is also widely regarded in the North here as a Buhari protege. People still think that, they don't see him in the way that they see Buhari, as that Buhari is for the poor, Buhari is for this or for that. So many things, folklores, the way Peter Obi represents to a large number of voters in Nigeria today that Buhari represents in the North. That representation is still there and is still strong and is still a valid political resource for the next election. So El-Rufai is seen as a very strong, how do I put it? As a very strong contender for if there's going to be a next Buhari, El-Rufai is seen in that regard. A lot of people see him as representing, as representing Buhari's politics, as representing, he was able to take Atiku to Buhari. The gap between Atiku to Buhari prior to this election is worse than the gap between Atiku and Tinubu. far wider than the gap between Atiku and Peter Obi. The gap between, politically speaking, I don't think they are personal enemies, but politically speaking, the gap between Atiku and Buhari is even wider than what you would think of between Atiku and Peter Obi or Atiku and Tinubu. And yet, Erufai was able to take him to Buhari, and he was largely accepted by Buhari, at least in public, even though Buhari would never leave the APC, right now, because of the kind of person he is. He will feel that leaving the APC will mean, he's bringing down the party that took him to power, and so on and so forth. And because of the claims of principles and all that. But it will not necessarily, the symbolism that he is together with this person or that person is more than enough for them to clinch votes. So I think that El-Rufai brings these two things to the table, and those two things are sorely needed if this coalition is going to work. And to that extent, I believe that it's not somebody that can easily be discounted. I don't know what happened in Southern Kaduna. I don't want to claim to know, and I don't speak for El-Rufai. In fact, I have written 4 or 5 times articles about him. But maybe more than 50-60% of these have been highly critical, to the extent that I don't want to mention the things that follow. So, but you cannot deny him these two things, and I think that given the opportunity, he has what it takes to at least give the government a serious bloody nose as we speak. And what I think about this particular one thing I would like to say for this coalition thing that people are talking about. Sometimes you build bridges not because you can walk on them today, but because you might need them tomorrow. Let us suppose that this coalition actually works, and you have an Atiku Obi presidential ticket, but that ticket falls short on election day. What do you think that means in 2027? It will just be the challenge of Peter Obi to now hold on to that ticket and all the groups within it and all what it represents for the next election. He is the younger party. So, if it is possible, because Buhari started his own political journey 16 years before he made it, or I think 12 years before he made it, and that's how things have always been difficult in Nigeria. It's not easy to take presidency in Nigeria, and we have to be very realistic about that as well. So, if it doesn't, if the goal is not achieved in 2027, and that possibility is there, and people have to open their eyes to read as well, because that's how you do politics, chances are that he inherits the whole of what that coalition, represents. And all that matters is how to manage that coalition until the next election, giving him a much, much, much better shot at it than anyone else in the country. Because at that time, Tinubu will be leaving. So this is how I see some of these things. So believe me, I think El-Rufai is not somebody that can be discounted on this. And there was a time he did an interview with Charles in Rise. As a journalist myself, I thought Charles should have asked him a question about the Southern Kaduna issue, because it is important that Charles should have asked that question, because a lot of people are interested in it, and it's the only interview he has given in the last 2 years. So there is no way you cannot speak about that issue. So it was important for Charles to have asked. That's one. And it's also good for El-Rufai for him to have had an opportunity to address that issue. Yes, I can.
All right. I think Big Boss is next. This is your name. They always doing someone. No. Dr. Ayodeji. You were
Hello.
here
Okay,
before.
I think I'm next.
Yeah, Dr. Ayodeji.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I think you can hear me now. Space is interesting, and I also had,
Very well.
thank you. Well, what Suleiman said as a journalist. But actually, for me, I think in this coalition, what I have to say is short, and I know that the coalition that maybe is coming up now between Labour Party and PDP, that is maybe Peter Obi, Atiku Abubakar, and some other parties that are just coming up, from El-Rufai and some other people. I think where the purpose is to grab power in 2027. To the elite, maybe good, but in all this, maybe my views will be different a little from what people have been saying. Because in all this, my own concern from the submissions of everybody has been, what is the lot or the stake of the Nigerian people in this coalition? If eventually this coalition wins power from Tinubu in 2027, what will be the lot of Nigerians who number more than 200 million, and majority of that, possibly maybe 170 million or thereabout, live in poverty. In fact, in multi-dimensional poverty. I've noticed that, whenever we talk about this coalition, some people have even said they don't want Obi to deputize Atiku. They want Obi to lead, maybe El-Rufai be the deputy and stuff like that. But the question has always been, when we talk about this, we look at what exactly is the interest of people, or why do people actually talk like that? What I've noticed is when it comes to this presidency, especially right now that we are preparing for 2027 election, the interest of people have always been maybe based upon tribe, the sentiment of tribe. Some people being Igbo, they want an Igbo president. Well, for me, I'm not against that. So the interest of some other people have also been that, okay, they want maybe somebody who they just like, maybe based on the fact that he's a Christian or based on religion. Well, to some is good. I don't have issue with that too. But for me, I think the issue I have in these things is simple. It's just the fact that what exactly is the interest of the Nigerian people in this? How will they benefit? People have spoken about about Atiku Abubakar, about Peter Obi. For me, I'm sorry, these people they are establishment, they are political establishment. Take, for instance, somebody was talking about El-Rufai just right now. Even if you were to be the deputy, the question is that in 2024, I think the State House of Assembly of this Kaduna State, where he governed, they indicted him of a corruption to the tune of 423 billion naira. The issue is still unresolved, though he called it political persecution. But again, we also should notice that ICPC indicted his own chief of staff of corruption of about 155 million naira. All these people are the people we are touting to come and lead the Nigerian people. Is quite unfortunate. And when we talk about Atiku Abubakar, we all know, or PTDF is still there. We know that the scandal is there. In fact, the U.S. House of Senate, they indicted him and his wife about, a scandal that is totally about 40 million US dollars. All these characters are the people we are touting. Sorry, even Peter Obi, look at Pandora paper. The issue is still there. And these are people that have touched power at one time or the other. They've led the state at least. The question is, how did they transform the state they led? How did El-Rufai lead people out of poverty? Southern Kaduna, before he became governor, you could travel easily in some region, in some communities there. Right now, as we talk, bandits will not allow you to drive safely in those areas. If you are going from Kaduna, maybe you are going towards Zaria. How did he lead Anambra people out of multidimensional poverty when he was governor? What is there now? People talk and talk and talk. Olusegun Mimiko was the governor of Ondo State. So at the time, people were touting him. But the point is that he also did his own bit. Every governor will do their own bit. But the question is, what did these people do? Now, not to just to dwell so much on that, because I know we don't have time. So my own take on this thing is that all these people, like somebody was saying, I think he said he live in Switzerland and, talking about, do we actually, with democracy actually solve our, I believe democracy can solve our problem, but it depends on the way we handle it. Maybe we don't even call it democracy, like some other developed world are calling it. I know BBC at a time, I think they feature an article, they call it autocratic benevolence. And maybe or maybe I read or I heard it. But what they were saying in that report was that there will be some time in which somebody will come into power. It will be like democracy, but there will be some changes this person will make that will benefit everybody. And they gave the example of Singapore, example of Indonesia before 1998, and some countries like that have come out of multi-dimensional poverty. So for me, I think at this time, that is what Nigeria needs. I'm
Doctor,
sorry.
Malam, please,
Doctor,
Yes,
please,
sir.
please,
can you
please.
Yes, sir.
wrap up in
Malam,
one
hold on,
minute,
hold on,
please?
hold
Okay.
on. Just,
Thank you.
I did it, so
Mama,
okay.
yeah, myself don't even come, so.
So, doctor, please round up, gone.
Okay, all right. Let me just round up because I know my opinion differs from what everybody has been saying. So for me, I think at this time, the question will be, how do we chase this man out of power? This terrible president that we have in 2027. Well, fine. People have talked about coalition. It's good. It may work. But I also believe that if the Nigerian people, like somebody's election still do count, people cannot rig in a place where they are not popular. That is an axiom that everybody believes in. So I believe that if all of us in this space can educate Nigerians that you can have maybe, I'm not political. People might know I'm not. For me personally, I'm nothing, but I'm not political. Maybe people
You
can
are
bring
100%
somebody.
political.
I am
Arrogant.
not. See, maybe
You will
people,
be a
I love the
politician.
country,
It's
and
okay,
that is why
guys,
I'm saying
guys,
I
guys,
everything
better
I
guys,
let him
say.
guys,
finish.
guys,
Maybe,
Let him
guys.
finish. Let him finish. Let
He's
him
almost
finish.
rounding up, but
We'll just let her
you are
finish.
interrupting him.
Doctor,
Doctor,
continue.
please continue. Sorry about that. And you people don't even have respect. It's literally my namesake, and you are interrupting him. The next person that
I,
interrupts him gets dropped. Doctor, sorry about
but
that.
there's no proof that you are the mistake now. You are Deji. He's Ayo Deji. What if you are Ade Deji?
Well, let him continue. Doctor, please go on.
You are muted. Unmute.
Yeah,
Unmute your
please,
mic.
maybe is it double mute? I don't know.
No, 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 no. He might not know he's muted. He might still be talking. Doctor, you are muted. Unmute your mic, doctor.
Well, I see now.
so you may hold my mic for whatever you like, but that is my own
No,
submission. Thank you.
Doctor, well, we didn't. That was I was trying to get people to stop interrupting. Please hold on, guys. I was trying to get people to stop interrupting. So sorry for muting. No vex, I beg. So try and round up now, right? Round up 1 minute.
Very much. Where people are, but my point finally, as I'm rounding up, is that are we going to say in 2021, even if Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi comes to power, can anybody in this space say we will have uninterrupted electricity in 2031? Can anybody say we will have good roads that connect everywhere, good hospitals, good schools in 2021, that 31, that anybody will be able to send his child to public school? Can anybody in this space say that in 20? I'm appealing to our consciences. Do that. If you know it will happen, then I'm appealing to your conscience. Just take that within you. If these people seize power, will the Nigerian people benefit in any way? Will people come out of multi-dimensional poverty? So that is what we are
Yeah.
talking about, and that is my own belief. So thank you very much.
Interesting point of view. Excuse me, guys. So,
All this you
engineer, please hold
mentioned,
on now.
which one
Hold
are you
on.
yeah, please, please, please. Let me make the
So for the benefit of the listeners, I think it would be best we know where you sit on this, because you've come to tell us how this coalition is a coalition of terrible human beings, right? So I think it would be nice for us to know where we should be directing our energy to. Uh, Doctor, who in currently politically,
If that is a question for me, let me
yeah,
quickly answer that. For me, I think where we should direct our energy to should be people.
sure.
Even if this coalition,
We see. I'm
thank you
sorry,
very much.
Doctor.
Who this
Yeah,
person
yeah.
can be, Okay, okay, okay. I want to
Deji, I
answer your
have a
question.
question
guys
Please,
now
now
one
why
by
are you
one
doing
now.
this? Let the guy speak. Just hold on. All right, sorry about that, doctor.
Thank you very much. Okay, yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, who this person can be. We have people that we know all over the country. For instance, there was it. Somebody just mentioned it here now when somebody was talking about Okonjo Iweala and the rest and the rest. Whatever it is, we still have young people. It could even be Aisha Yusufu. It could be somebody. Everybody, you can lead the country. Forget about all these people that here in Western world, where many of us live. People that lead their government. They don't have to wait. Some of them are 40. How old is Emmanuel Macron? So it's not up to 60.
But
So
doctor,
some of these
doctor,
people
these
are
these
very
people you
young.
are mentioning, they are not necessarily politically active right now. We can't call them. We can't say they are politicians. I mean, so definitely, whoever we are going to go for has to, at least
Yeah,
in the
be
short term,
interested.
has to
Yeah.
be active right now. So who is currently active, politically speaking, that we should direct all this energy to, doctor?
Well,
He's
whatever
afraid
it
to
is,
mention
I
names.
know you are trying to just, I mean, I understand your question, but if I will go, that is why I am not political, but for me, that is why I'm supporting Shogore, because he does not hold the views that all these old people are
I said
holding.
it.
And you can laugh or whatever you like. I don't know him. I've never met him, but I've read what he supports, what he stands for. And when I look at those things, I look at somebody who can stand up to people like Babangida. Do you know who these people are? People that hold the country at the jugular. How can Nigeria ever move forward when people are sitting on oil blocks privately and something that should be for public benefit and they are pocketing the money? We are all hypocrites. You can laugh or whatever you like. All these things are the fact that people know that this country can never move forward except corruption is dealt with and make to if it's not dealt with, at least to the extent that
Okay, doctor, it's
public
okay.
institutions can function,
Yeah, but
then we have
doctor,
no
don't
hope.
you know
Bring
that
Guys,
any
guys, wait,
so
politician,
wait
bring all
now.
these old
One by
people,
one
and
now.
they
yeah,
continue
no, I
to
just wanted to
continue,
ask
to
a
No, no,
question.
no,
continue to
no.
continue, and they
Tobechukwu, mute
continue
your
to
mic.
kill the institution. People,
Doctor, it's okay, it's
we all
okay.
have children. Thank you, I'm rounding up. We all have children. We all have people. Continue to send them to the Western world. Very soon, they are sending them back now.
Okay,
Kuwait just
okay, doctor, hold on.
renounced citizenship from some people. US, Donald Trump is touching something like that, if not for
Doctor,
Senate and everybody
doctor, can
that's
you hear
still
me?
holding it. So that is my own view about the country. So
All right.
thank you.
Thank you.
So
Thank you,
it may be
doctor.
different
So
from what everybody believes, but that's my
no,
view.
no, it's
Thank you.
fine. It's fine. At the end of the day, right? We are all
But
looking
Deji, please,
for
can I
a way
engage
forward.
you?
No, you
No, no, no,
cannot.
no,
No personal
Tobechukwu,
beef.
hold
Nothing.
on.
No, it's
No, no,
not.
no.
Forget
We are
my
not
voice. It's
stretching
not.
this conversation. Please, sir, mute your mic. We are not stretching this conversation more than that.
No,
I
no, no.
was
Are
on
we
the
not
space.
allowed to ask questions,
No, you
Deji?
are not,
Abba, why?
Toby.
This is a personal attack. Oh. I don't know
Yes,
why
it
you're
is.
attacking me
It
like
is
this. Why are
because
you personally attacking me? I
you
don't do
don't
what?
listen.
Tobechukwu, to
I've
host
asked
space
you to
is,
stop.
why are you making this whole thing
But
more
Deji, I've
difficult
been
than
on
it
this
is?
space for more than 3 hours. Even when the other lady
Have you
was
not spoken, Tobechukwu?
He has spoken. Half of his submission was an attack to another person.
Can I
You've had
ask
your time.
question, Deji, please?
Enugu, please hold on. I mean, just hold on, I beg. No vex, no vex. So, Doctor Ayodeji, thank you for coming up. So I get you. mm. We cannot all have the same mindset and approach to things, right? So big ups to you. But my issue here, and you can call me naive or whatever, is that I want a very, very short term solution. To be honest with you, your solution looks like a very long term one. In fact, you are not the first person to have expressed these views on this space or previous spaces, right? But it's long term. I don't have the patience, This man, if we don't squeeze our neck finish before Nigerians gather up to start aligning and buying into the message that you are pushing, especially from the Shore angle. So if you ask me, ask anybody, I like the guy, but right now, the conversation is just not about him, right? So that's just it. But I will allow these two guys to ask you the questions, even though I don't think it's necessary, to be honest.
For me, you've addressed this thing perfectly.
Yeah,
I don't know
thank
what
you,
anybody
Deji.
want to
Thank
ask,
you very
but
much,
yeah.
Deji. Thank you for hosting this
No, you,
space.
Tobe, hold on.
No, no, no,
Enugu,
no, no, no.
ask your
Let me give
question
you
first.
your flowers. You've
Don't
been
give
on
me
this
any
space
flowers. Toby, stop.
more than 7 hours, if I'm not
Toby,
mistaken.
Toby, hold on
And
now.
there's a
God,
good
supposed
this
to
thing.
speak now. Why are you still allowing someone who has spoken
No. I
before?
have
Thank
a
you.
Please,
question. I
No
don't
allow
want
vex.
to
him to
make a
speak.
this thing.
Just because
I'm sorry, big boss. I'm sorry. You are going next, I promise you. Toby, please mute your mic. After Enugu asks this question, you will ask your question, and I'm only allowing question. No preambles, just a straightforward question. And both of you will ask those questions, and Dr. Ayodeji will just answer both together at once, and we just move on. So please stick to the question. Enugu, please go on.
All right, thank you, Deji. Dr. Ayo Deji, greetings to you. My question is very simple. Please, is it the responsibility of the State House of Assembly to declare somebody guilty or indict somebody, or the responsibility of the court of competent jurisdiction? Because I asked
Okay.
this question in light of what you said about Malam Nasir Rufai. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Doctor, hold on, please. Toby, ask your own question.
Yeah, thank you. My question is, Dr. Ayodeji, you made a very wonderful point, and this is in no way a personal attack because some people confuse anytime I speak. But the question is this: you mentioned that this caliber of the coalition, that they are product of the establishment. Then you mentioned Shuore. Shuore in 2014/2015 was heavily involved in campaign for APC. Through Sahara Reporters, he engaged a lot of interviews that we watched. In fact, we have a video from Sahara Reporters themselves.
Your question, please.
So my question is Showore not part of this same establishment that we are facing today? Wasn't he part of them? That's my question.
All right, Doctor, please go on.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, why personally I cannot maybe let me start from the first question about the about El Rufai and what the House of Assembly did in 2024. Well, fine, there could be part in which the House of Assembly may not have the legal power, so to say, to hold someone accountable for misappropriation. But the point is that the ICPC, the head is chief of staff, and if you remember this story, I think it was last year, his son was also involved in this. I think was called to testify as part of this, and not just his chief of staff. Several other people in his administration were held accountable for money laundering charges that involved about maybe 155 or 54 million or thereabout. So now let's leave that. This also Rufai, you remember that this was the man that said in 2023 that Muslim ticket should be the one to take over Kaduna,
Alaye,
and the
focus
Christian.
on the question. No.
Oh
Is it the
yes,
responsibility
what I'm
of the
saying
State
is, okay,
Assembly
again now
or the
about
court?
corruption.
Has any of
Let
them
me
been
let me tell. Yes,
indicted
let
by
me
the
also let
competent
you know.
court of jurisdiction? Abi, how did they talk am? Don't shift the goalpost.
Okay,
Respond. It's a simple
okay,
question.
doctor, we don't have to take any less time to answer this question. Just
Yes,
answer to the
no,
question that
I
you
think
answered to Bechuku's own.
okay, yeah. On that one, finally, if I will say that it is only in our part of the world to where we say, oh no, this corruption, this allegation is not enough. And unfortunately, we have had weak institutions like EFCC, ICPC, that all they do is just to bring up charges and they don't follow it to a logical conclusion. And that is why we are talking like this, that one governor somewhere that was indicted by the State of House of Assembly came up with an allegation. He was indicted, and we are saying it's not their constitutional, even if it's not their constitutional role, the real legal organization should have taken it up and concluded. But unfortunately, we do not have that. But then, whosoever we come to, we come to, say something, should not even be tainted. But let's leave that, like you said. To the second question, for me, I cannot hold Bill for Shovore. I don't know him personally. I don't, know his something. But what I do know from what I read is that when you say that it was attacked the PDP government, I think when APC came to power, when Buhari came to power in 2015, go and check, Google it. check online, you discover that there is no one that actually attacked the Buhari administration more than Shahara reporters. Several allegations, several killings that the government would have hid, especially in the northeast and the northwest part of the country. Shahara reporter was constantly reporting it. There are many of them. If I go online, I can give you the list of them. Many. Just go online and do the search yourself. So you cannot say one person or one Shahara reporter is reporting on one. That one, I will never agree with you on that. Shahara reporter reported on APC more than even more than Premium Times. Go and check
Okay.
online. So I don't think
All right,
that
but
view is balanced. Thank you.
because part of what Toby said was that before APC came into power. So what you are saying is even if he supported APC to come into power, at least he also started, attacking them when they came into
No,
power.
that was not what I was saying. Actually, let me tell you, in 2014, when Jonathan was in power, there were allegations, many allegations about serious corruption. Everybody at that, there was that time, that
The
people even
beginning
were
part
talking
of
Hold
about
on,
the
20
guys. Hold on,
trillion
guys.
dollar
I,
that
I
was
think I
missing.
think we are missing,
Everybody wanted
guys,
a change
guys,
of government.
guys.
That
Hold
is
on,
what I'm
hold
telling
on.
you. In fact, we should just make,
Doctor,
sorry, what's it
doctor,
called now?
doctor,
A
hold on,
documentary about Alice
doctor,
Madueke
doctor,
that took, what are you trying to say?
doctor. Hold
I'm
on, hold
listening,
on.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
I think you are missing the point of the
I'm
question.
listening.
So the point of the question is just like so. Your he said so. A campaign for APC does that not make him an establishment? And your answer is, oh, he also attacked APC after APC got into power. It's just like saying Onopasa campaigned for APC, but now he's attacking APC. He's no longer APC, right? So
No,
that
that is not my answer. My answer to you actually is that at the time, I'm not holding grief for anybody, but what I do know is that at every point in time, Nigeria has been changing from one dispensation to another. At the time, let me tell you, in PDP government, when Yaradua died, I think that was in 2009, when Yaradua died, it was this same Shahara reporter that revealed the fact that Yaradua had died maybe in Germany and that they didn't want Goodluck Jonathan to take over the power. Go and check. I think they were the first media that reported that. So that the government was brought to
Does that make
embarrassment.
him
Jonathan
not a member
was
of
the
the
vice president at that time.
establishment? Deji, make una handle this place now. Because
no
I
But,
wahala,
don't
no
but,
wahala.
understand your question.
but
I'm just
comrade,
telling you, when you make
comrade,
allegation,
let the
I'm just
discussion
trying to
evolve
let you
now.
know
Like there
that
are,
Okay, guys,
don't
let's
just
move on.
don't
Let's
just be
move on. Let's
biased.
move on.
let's please. I
But
mean,
hold
Media,
on,
people are
I'm
very
guys,
trying.
guys,
honest.
guys,
All
guys,
right,
guys.
all right.
Now,
It's
I
okay.
want to ask question. Deji, don't handle this
Abio,
thing, no.
I was going to
Yeah.
move on.
Uh-huh.
Enugu, where they say, where they talk now, you say you have question.
Even to be.
So I don't understand this whole
So
this
so
thing.
so
But anyway,
when somebody make I give an expo and when somebody where like if you make submission, just move on. When you start asking him question, you are giving him more time to expound out his view, right? So you just give him more time to
anyway, again, because we are not necessarily, I know the conversation is majorly around coalition, but it's political roundtable. Everyone is allowed. Thank you, Dr. Ayodeji, for your views. Let's move on now. Thank you, Big Balls. Thank you for your patience. Um, and please remember that patience is truly a virtue. You are a
can you
virtuous
give me
man,
one
Big
minute to
Boss.
say something? I will
Let's move
drop.
on.
Deji,
No,
please.
no, Big Boss, go
Please.
on. Big Boss go
Okay,
swear for
thank you
me,
very much.
guy. Big Boss go swear for me. Go on, Big
Uh,
Boss.
Big boys, 1 minute, please.
thank you. Yeah, 1 minute, Enugu. Just wait, I beg. Um, Thank you very much, Deji, and everyone who has spoken. I really admired Suleiman. Okay, he has gone. I've really learned a lot. I'm from Dr. Ayodeji. Okay, so about let me just say my own view. Personally, about the coalition, I have my doubt that is going to be successful. But I will come to that. First, I would also want to comment. I want some people who are like me, who are proponents of the coalition, to understand that the coalition is shouldn't or is not. Let me not use is not or shouldn't be about P2B or the obedience. I think most people should get that into their score. It should be about Nigeria and Nigerians. It should solely be about the interest of Nigerians. Someone was asking, that is where I appreciated Ayodeji when he asked, what is the coalition going to benefit Nigerians? What have they said that they are going to do differently that um, APC didn't promise Nigerians that they were going to do differently? APC promised a lot, said how they were going to reduce fuel to this one to one, that 1 naira was going to become equal to $1, or the $1 was going to be equal to 1 naira. But we saw what happened, that it was at 200 and something during Jonathan's time, PDP time, and all of a sudden it was 400 and something. We can now see that is 1,006. So that is where I kind of align with Dr. Ayodeji. The coalition shouldn't just be about obedience and about grabbing power, or about Peter Obi this, Peter Obi that. Um, I want to. Someone also mentioned here about the coalition, or just mentioned empathy. Personally, that the coalition, the alliance between North and the Southeast is going to save Nigeria, or is going to be this, that. I don't want us also to, or it shouldn't be looked through that prism. It kind of makes it parochial, if not a little bit of sentimental. To me, from my own personal understanding, it should be about Nigeria, like I've said. Everybody should be part of the coalition, people who want good governance and for the love of the country. That is the most important thing. It shouldn't be about anybody. In fact, if the coalition, to me, would not even have Obi on the tickets, if they feel they can win, if they've mapped out their strategy and they feel they can win, Obi might just be like a supporter, or a party chairman, or a policy, whatever, I don't mind as far as he's there, because I also support him and follow him. But he mustn't be on the ballot paper. He mustn't also be the flag bearer. He could also be a runner. It doesn't make, as far as he's there and they are working on this particular thing. I think it should just be about saving Nigeria, because we can see how Nigeria is going. In fact, at the moment, let's even forget about the economic hardship and the high inflation. At the moment, the way APC is going, the excuse me, negativity is now kind of, they are changing the narrative, where negativity is now becoming positivity, and people who are positive is now becoming negativity. Let me explain what I mean by that. The way slowly but gradually the US started saying, oh, man can be woman, woman can be man. I mean, just play. It now started that it even got into the White House. And that is what some of the thing that got Donald Trump into winning the election. Them trying to now change back the narrative to the traditional way, where, just small people were thinking it was a joke and all that. But somehow it kept on going till it got out of hand. So back to APC, we can now see that for example, where people, when you now say something like the issue of taxation, all of a sudden you see APC influencers online and experts now trying to explain to Nigerians that more tax for you is better for you, that the higher tax you pay, in fact, you become more comfortable and you become more progressive. This is wrong. This is wrong. That it paying lower tax itself, you don't even, nothing, this one, that one. This type of mentality. A lot of things that used to go this way have now become the other way. Left is becoming right, and right is becoming left. That is just the distance. Like another example is the issue of one party. any one party system becomes either a communist, is only communism, or totalitarian, or fascism. It becomes a kind of fascism like that of Benito Mussolini, where they have this one party system. We can also see it is a form of Nazi in Germany, where at a point Hitler kind of degraded all the other party, and the Nazi party, that's the National Socialist Party in Germany, that's the Nazi. It became the only party. This is how APC is going. Tinubu himself, who has come out publicly to condemn Jonathan that time, that PDP, the way people were decamping during his time, one party system that is bad, have now come, APC have now turned around to now start saying that one party system is even better for Nigeria, that multi-party brings ethnicity. Why the core principle of democracy is multi-party system, where several people have to contest, and several parties and several platforms. Even in the US, where there is two-party system, they have mushroom parties there that is not just the Republican and the Democrat. There are several dozens of other parties on the in the back, you know, and just like in the UK too, where they have the two parties. It seems they have two-party system. In the background, there are other parties like that. So what I'm saying in essence is that gradually APC is just turning things around. In fact, you can also see the case of Pan-Africanism, like what is happening in Nigeria, with Nigeria and Burkina Faso, which we have nothing. Nigeria doesn't
Make your
even
point.
share
This is
about.
so big. What you were saying.
Okay, okay. I don't know whether Deji is still there. So maybe Big Bal, you might just have to round up in 30 seconds.
Yeah, yeah. Engineer Khalid
Please,
is going next. Engineer Khalid.
Okay, don't round up.
Deji, please, where am I on the
Why
queue,
do I
please?
have to round up? Can I speak? Why are
Please,
you cutting me
Hold, hold,
short?
hold on, guys. I beg, Big Bal,
please,
just round up. Round up in 30 seconds, yeah. Big Bal,
tell
can
us
you hear
about
me?
fascism and that.
Yes.
Just round up in 30 seconds. Because- Big Bal, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I don't know why people are
I
interrupting
say
me.
round up, round up.
I never interrupted anybody here. So why
Big Bal.
someone taking the, you didn't caution the person. You are telling me to round up within 30. One Amaka is here just telling me I'm talking
You,
about fascism. Is that not what
yeah,
APC
no,
is turning to?
please,
Why are
please,
you
Now,
please.
the
interrupting
whole
me? Did
space
I
hard,
interrupt
he hard.
anybody when anybody was speaking here?
Wait, Big Bag,
What kind of
Brother
Big Bag,
Amaka,
useless
hold
thing
on,
is
mute
hold
your
that?
on.
mic. Now
Everybody
Amaka, mute
spoke
your
here.
mic.
I never spoke.
Oh, Big Bag, see, um, the host wants to sleep, so want to give everybody chance. Policy to you. CPC did not start selling their policy to you. The ABGA, the NPDP, they kept together to get a platform APC first. Then APC sold their policy to you. So they made their case on that platform.
I don't know if you allow me to make a point.
Hold on, Amaka, there are people before you. So, Engineer Khalid, go ahead. I think it's your turn, according to Deji.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you, comrade. Now, well done, Deji. Well done. You see, I don't want to jam pack everything all at the same time. You are asking for, even if after even the coalition, you block this space now.
I can hear you.
All right. So I said, if you block this space now, you say uh, nobody will go out of this space until they tell you manifesto of APC. I don't think so. Let's wait for coalition to happen first before we start bringing all these discussions to the table. So first of all, let me start and he was just going all over the place. I don't even know what he was saying. People were asking, he was supposed to explain to Nigerians what they have done, what they've trying to tell us to. They have done one website near, which is like you said you are trying to fix the country. Why are you bringing this person? Why are you bringing that person to the table? Okay, you cannot hold anybody to morality is the last thing that APC and Tinubu and his foot soldiers should be using against anyone as to how are you going to fix Nigeria. That's the last thing they should be doing. But I don't know, for whatever reason they are trying to use that tactics against people, and then some people are buying into that because someone is saying funny the same thing, and not just today. This has been going on for a while. Maybe until that coalition either happens or it doesn't happen. But please, nobody come and gaslight us. Nobody should come and be saying,
I think that you don't even sleep. Um, so, King Geze, go ahead. Hey, one more sorry, I see you.
I'm not trying to justify myself, but I'm trying to just make sure people understand the follow that systems. They make sure they are it's a method. And looking the way that we seem not to have um any sector that is very functional that we can be proud of. We don't seem to have a system in terms a method by which a political party or coalition could adopt or adapt their their what should I say, their manifestos or promises to serve the people. And it's important, in my opinion, that we don't overlook this thing and focus only on this political party or that political coalition. Like I said, coalition is all about concession. So I hope everybody gets where I'm coming from. Thanks, everyone. And I'm also
Okay,
here to
thank
learn, by the way. So I'm not
yeah.
saying I know it all.
Okay. Thank you, Eze. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, thank you. I mean, always come around. Yeah, I mean, this place will continue other days. And you say I'm even getting tired. The plus of you will not speak here. To come back tomorrow when my head is working. Ewama, go ahead.
So your head get time away the work with. You don't know. Coverage.
Rufai Bala Mohammed. I won't predicate my submission on that one. I
Yeah,
hope
go
that's
ahead.
okay.
Just
Chukwu call me how many times? Wetin they call am?
Ewama.
Teye for Suleiman. Which
Ewama.
kind bad
Ewama.
guy na Baba for you?
Wait, make I explain. Although I go explain tire. Yes, sir. So then you don't sleep. I don't say me, I don't even fall asleep. Yes, and we want to just have the last speakers and we end this place.
Comrade, Deji never sleep. Deji still dey respond to comments. He never sleep. If you don't tire, now you go sleep.
Oh
Make
yeah,
Deji
Ewa,
continue.
okay. Okay,
Ma
Waba, go
just do
ahead.
te. Let me try
Ewa,
my best. Let me
go
try my
ahead, go
best. No
ahead, go
problem.
ahead. Just go ahead.
Okay.
When you're tired, we go stop.
Okay. Yes. Don't worry. I could try to keep am brief. To the political roundtable. Good evening, my fellow Nigerians. Oh, I mean, I dey go straight to the real politics. I know they come preach for anybody. Now, for those where they talk, say, let me give. Suleiman is not here, but get something I won't tell him. The way you see, he get something when he talk, say, I go knock this thing for pigeon. He talk say, say, just like Buhari, he was describing something in Buhari and El Rufai. See, just like Peter Obi has his something, just like Buhari, he was juxtaposing, between Obi and Buhari. And now, for I ask her now, say, how you for feel or how people for feel where that court following where Buhari gets. Say they tell am say make him advice. Waiting for be the out like waiting for be. Because the truth is that like, and I've said it in on this space before, a lot of people are trying to paper over the fact that some certain people cannot accommodate certain bias and prejudices, and it needs to be squashed. On this, I think it was 2 days ago, comrade, all these things on I talk. There was a guy here, I think he had left Nigeria for like since like the mid 2000s. He was saying that, he started thinking about this coalition. You sure say PO no go this thing. He said, when he hear the man talk again, he said, oh, my bros, I no go fit. So don't that thing, there's a way, comrade, you can't see. It is going to be ultra difficult to get people. I'm hearing people talking about how they should just go in with the something, whatever candidate comes out. Bros, if you no lead that ticket, 70% of that support don't come out. We could all see, we all watch um, election that day for TV. That's everybody's business. Jack's poll, he listed 4 names. Tambuwal. Now, the kind of compliment that PO needs is someone that can inspire millions of voters to come out on their own volition, not just him, because he did very badly in the Northwest and Northeast. So that is like anybody that is coming has to be bringing that thing with him. Now, Tambuwal has been, I'm assuming everybody here understands what patronage politics are and whatever is, so structure and all that. Tambuwal has been in government for a very long time. He has been in Senate, he has been Speaker, then he has been governor twice and the rest. So he has a healthy, structure, because all these people, they have like networks that they support and everything. Always, go to their Facebook pages, their media pages. You'll be seeing their activities and the way they are responding. He might be a choice because they may say, well, he was the one that, considered for Atiku and everything. So, one good turn if that can help. Now, about his prowess to be able to inspire millions of voters. It's here and there. I don't like, yes, he will come with something, but we can't really tell yet. So that's that. Enter El Rufai. Comrade, you've been here when I've described El Rufai. Unfortunately for El Rufai, because the truth is that even looking at Atiku and El Rufai, people were talking about how Atiku and this thing. Atiku was not really courted by the North. He was not a Northern candidate. Atiku has always, El Rufai also had that going for him in the beginning. Former BPE, former what do you call it, FCT minister, blah blah blah, and like Suleiman, his politics went too conservative. Now I can understand him trying to play that card, trying to get that crowd, such that if at all I have that ambition, I already have favorability from the South because people consider me technocratic and all that. So if I just mix it with this, I'm home. But unfortunately, the Southern Kaduna and the something happened, which is now a huge spanner because that's a very important block for obedience. So it has become a very controversial ticket. Now, there's someone on this space now I've talked to at the back, and I told the person, I was like, the ticket is very toxic. Nothing is impossible, because there is a way someone can talk you out of, feeling some kind of way. If that is possible, then maybe, just maybe, but it's a risk. You understand? Because people say don't use emotional when people are emotional with politics. Sentiments are different everywhere. You understand? So that's the El Rufai one. Bala Muhammad, governor of Bauchi. The problem with Bala Muhammad now is he's in the northeast, and he has this calm disposition, which we don't really need that right now, which is why, the Tambuwai Rufai is like this. And we don't know his acceptability, because another thing you have to understand is politics is local. There are local dynamics in those places, just like even this Bauchi, there's talk about how El Rufai has serious issues with, Dahiru Bauchi, and that's a very influential person, in the north. So we don't know Bala Muhammad's how he can be able to inspire millions of voters in the Northwest because he's a Northeast guy. You understand? But it's Kashim Ibrahim Imam from Borno State. Schooled in Lagos, went to King's College. Hear him speak. He gives a whole lot of moderate vibes. So that one all appeals. But the problem is he comes across, he doesn't have that fire, that fiery something. Maybe say you go need to engage with people, they mobilize people. But so he ticks all those other boxes that lots of people can be comfortable with, his whole political career and all that, and he's an OG and all that. So even from the polls, what we're left with, like the person that is even leading, because we're waiting for Jack to blow his second one, is still the Tambuwal El Rufai. I think Tambuwal right now is on like 42%. El Rufai is on like 35%. So that's where things lie. Now, I've done all those my analysis now. Now let me say this last two things. Sorry. Look, Tinubu was not a Southern candidate. Tinubu was voted by Northern Nigeria. So looking like at the psychology of human beings, just normally, it's not working out for you for something you supported. You can't come and bring the argument of poverty is groaning, blah blah. See, you can't use all those ones. Everybody is going through it. So if you've made a mistake and you need redemption, you can't still be saying that you still want to eat that your cake and have it. It's going to be an insult to the intelligence of a whole lot of people down there. That's one. So this is your mess. To clean up your mess, you have to make compromises. And it is also, when people talk about there's no puritanical policy, you have to make concessions, you have to make compromises. Why is the compromise and concessions still just referring to one person? They're not referring to other people. It's just one person has to make compromise, which makes it kind of sus. Now, lastly, when people want to talk, make juxtapositions about electoral crowds and all that, Trump did this, Trump did that. Ladies and gentlemen, I feel very uncomfortable when people use just the US to describe democracies because there are over 150 around the world in different ways and forms. Anocracies, full democracies, liberal democracies, tight democracies. So you can't be using a global northern country that has a high amount of informed electorates to be comparing in Nigeria that has a mostly unsophisticated electorate that is around sentiment and different things and all that. It's different. So if you're not talking about, okay, how he started as a youth leader. Now, of course, you're not going to start as a youth leader. The point I want to make is he started from the left. I'm not bringing into Nigeria's discussion, no, but he had to move to the center to get, I think, the CEO from one of those their establishment political something, and that was how he was able to. And it's same thing with Pio. Yes, people need to be pragmatic now, so we need the coalition. Nobody's against the coalition, but you need the right coalition. You don't want to form a coalition such that it dilutes your efficiency in your strong zones. You want a coalition that is going to complement you. So that is where, the peak of candidacy, that's if we're talking about, comrade, I'm saying this thing based on PO leading the ticket. You understand? For the reverse, I don't really have much to say in that regard. So for this coalition, it has to be someone that complements the ticket, not someone that will dilute your efficiency, like I said, in your strong zones. Because from even the political arrangement, I'm from the Niger Delta. It will be won all the polling units in my local government. Isoko North, all of them clear. In fact, one of my polling units, one of the polling units where they give me info from, because I was in Lagos, 400 and something to like 60 something. Like, so at least I can get them out to speak for a year. You understand? You don't want to pick up a candidacy that will now dilute these efficiencies here, because another thing that a lot of people are missing out on, comrade, Deji, everybody that is here, there is, because how many people, what percentage of us are on Twitter? There is also the despondence in the Nigerian population that, bros, even if you go vote now, they go write them now. We don't get 3 candidates for election before. So why they take down at that time? Describe as you could, you can take, say, if you show up in your numbers, that kind of thing. So those two things are very, very important. You don't need a candidate that will dilute your strengths, and you also don't need a candidate. You also don't need a candidate that cannot inspire people to go over and beyond for you, because lots of people went over and beyond. So I'm saying these things to just address some certain people that think that, well, whatever the coalition is, people will just have to get on with the program. No, you're going to miss a critical, mass of people, because in the South, in these coming elections, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. So people are going to be getting ready to face what is coming, because they know what is coming. We know Niger Delta, I know my region, I know the way they won't play the election for a year. So people are trying to get ready to counter whatever they want to do. So if you bring candidates, people know go say, oh, more, we will cross one mind. You could just lose everything. That's my submission, comrade. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, nice submission. I think who should go next? Anybody that wants to go next, unmute your mic. There's no queue.
Okay, thank you, comrade. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right, thank you very much. So I don't hear different
What did you say now?
permutations. Hello? You say what, comrade?
December time.
Comrade, are you talking to me or you're talking to someone else? Okay. So I
So,
don't hear.
sorry, not you. Yeah.
Okay, good. I don't hear plenty permutations. So first of all, I just will not even comment on that Jack's whatever poll he said is have, because that one doesn't know anything. Then two, I would like to ask a woman. I would just want to ask a simple question. I would have loved if it's just a yes or no, so that we don't go back and forth. First of all, in 2014, do you think if there were any candidate from the South to contest with GEJ, do you think he would have lost the election? Just a yes or no.
No.
Thank you very much. So that is why sometimes in politics they say it's not emotions, and because it's a game of numbers. And you, as a politician, as a strategist, you look at the base and look at your numbers and where you can get those numbers out from. And I do say it so many times. I've said it before a lot of times that sometimes it's not the best candidates that usually get the ticket. it is a person who they think can actually get the votes and get the numbers for them. And I said that again, there is no political party on earth except the smaller ones where somebody will just come with the money and he has the money to just get the ticket. He knows that he's not going to win. He just wants to get the ticket for clout so that he can use that as a bargaining right in future to say, hey, I was a candidate of this party, blah, blah, blah. So when he crossed on that party, they take him as a leader, automatically. So that's what they do with most of these smaller parties. So those ones don't need to go through any unnecessary primaries. They just sit down in one hotel, put themselves together, just follow guidelines of INEC. And this one tell you I step down, I step down, I step down, or they all conclude to say this is our candidate and that's it. In every political party where you have, a major stake, there are different interests and different people that wants to contest. That's why you do have primaries, because there are several groups and several people who have one way or the other contributed to the political party, have their own base where they control, and they feel they have the right to contest and signify their interest to contest, which is fine. And as they have to go through primaries to pick up one person. Even in 2014, during the merger, they never concluded and sat down and said, we are giving it to Buhari. They went into a primary. We all watched the primaries live. And Buhari became the winner of that primaries. It was a serious, like, we saw the figures. That is politics. That is irrespective of the fact that they are coming together to merge. Everybody that merged, they all went for that primaries. The MPDP had a candidate, which was Atiku. The CPC guys had their own candidate. Every political party that came together, most of them have their candidate that went into their primaries, because nobody is going to give anybody tickets just like that because say you feel you have one group. No, it doesn't work like that. It doesn't. If that's what you want, there is two things. Either you go and set up your own, register your own political party and become the head like Showore does. That's it. And you are the chairman and the presidential candidate at every election cycle and just be there. Well, if you want to go into a serious political party, nobody gives anybody ticket. Nobody. In 2022, Tinubu became the presidential candidate through where a primaries. And that primaries, remember before the primaries, the chairman of their party that time already came up and said the party has a candidate who was from the Northeast. Announced the person as their candidate of the party. And El Rufai, who was the mouthpiece of the the Northwest Governors Forum, or probably the APC Governors Forum, went against it and came up and said, no, we have to go through primaries. We didn't agree to that one person must become the party's sole candidate. And they went through the primaries. And the governors put their heads together and supported Bat. And he won the primaries. Nobody is given ticket anywhere. And that's one thing I like most of the obedience people to understand. And I want to ask this question. Why are you people scared to let Obi go into a primaries? Be it Maja, be it Labour Party, be it anywhere that he is. Let him go through primaries. That is how politics is played everywhere. Well, I don't know if it was propaganda or whatever, when he said he's going to contest 2027 under the Labour Party. And the Labour Party came up and said, no, we are throwing it open. We will go through primaries. But I know I've been seeing some obedience countering that to say, why will you say you go through primaries? Was it not the candidate of the party in 2023? But that's not politics has been played. That's not how it's been played. Every year you see new people spring up with interest to become whatever they want to become politically. And I keep asking myself this question: why are you guys scared about him going into a primaries? Tickets are not bought anywhere. If you don't have the structure within a party to become a candidate, then the ones that have been working in that same party, you are depriving them of their own interest. Because everybody has a group building their own structure within the political party. And that's why they have this delegate thing. And people keep saying, oh, you want him to go and contest? Can he match this person with money to money? Can he do this? That's how it's done everywhere. We see the American elections, you see the primaries, in fact, in their primaries, you see a lot of like 15, 16, 20 candidates. They all be weeding out one after the other. Everybody has a strong base. And they go through the primaries straight by. We see it. The people who go and vote, their party men and whoever, people contributing money for their candidates, they go into the primary. It's not given to anybody. So let's be transparent in this whole process. If the coalition says, okay, we are not giving it to anybody, let everybody go and face the primaries, and we saw that it was transparent and fair, why would there be a problem? Why are we trying to stir the political, waters to make it seem like, oh, and that's why I looked at this Jack's poll. I just smile, I just laugh. Then let's now come down to how politics is being played in Nigeria. First of all, do you guys think it's going to be easier the way it was easy in 2023 where no one believed? You could imagine when Oshomole came out and said, is there not four people tweeting in a room and nothing's going to happen? They never saw it coming. So they were never prepared. They were never prepared. Who would have thought that a bat will lose in Lagos? That is the difference that's going to happen in 2027. Do you think they're just trying to bring in all those governors, bring in all those politicians, all those money politicians into their party? They want to be fully ready to. You will see what will happen on that day. 27 election in my mind, I'm just saying it might not be facts, but that is going to be the year that will have more bus snatching, more police brutality on the day of election. You will see. Mind you, the IG has said his loyalty is to the president because he has been working for him ever since he was in Lagos as a governor. So these guys are getting ready for the opposition, be it coalition, be it any party. They are getting really ready. You see those votes you said you got in Isoko and all that, you will see what will happen on that day. Where they are not getting any votes, they will destabilize the place, making sure no vote comes out from there. That was the game they played in Edo and in Ondo. And they're getting ready. So what it was in 2023 is not going to be the same game in 2027. Now let's look at where we want to get the numbers out if the coalition really works. That was why I asked you that first question. Do you think if they had brought out somebody in the north, in the south to contest with GEG, if they knew they would never, there's no way they would have won that election. Because they know that the only place they could get that numbers is from the north. And the only person they could give it to, they knew that Buhari is a mumu. They know. They know. So when I hear, and when you look at when Buhari won, look at his cabinet. More than 50% of them were Tinubu's boys. And they still run down the economy. And now he's still saying that same people, that same the past administration killed the country. But you have Fashola as a minister, Lai Mohammed, the vice president. Fowler was in charge of revenue. You want me to go on and on? All these were his boys. Aregbesola. All these were his boys. Were all Bat's boys. All of them. But they ran down the country. He's not blaming them. For me, I do tell people that he actually plays those guys down not to make things work. So now let's come back to 2027 and the coalition. Emotions thrown to the wind, no doubt. Now we have two men who contested separately in 2023, and they both had 6 point something million votes. One 6.9, almost 7 million, the other one 6.1. And I've been saying this. Those 6 million you saw in 2023 will not happen again in 2027. Either we like it or not, it will never happen. But then, if they come together, we will still have significant, yes, because you know why? We have a situation where the people are not even happy with this government. So it's a disadvantage for the government in power today, regardless of the INEC and states, whatever they're going to use. Now, this same government is playing the politics of trying to capture the South in totality. Look at what's happening in the Southeast. Look at what's happening in the South-South. Either we like it or not, the men is bringing up in the Southeast are still going to fight. They might not win any states, but they will reduce that number drastically. That is the plan. And the only place you can checkmate them is the North. And there is no Southerner today that will defeat Bats. Make we know they put, let's take emotions out. Where can we get the numbers? The North. What's happening with the North now? They are even angry with this government. And he's trying to appease them. You see the list of appointments he just brought out again recently. 80% of them is the North, because the North were complaining that he has not been fair with his appointment. Now he's trying to appease them. That's what you will be seeing until 2027. Just watch and see. That is one part. Then number two, if we agree to say, okay, let the coalition give it to another Southerner, we know the kind of politics. I'm not into North and South anyways. I believe that died in 2014 because the people in government, the man in government today did not support a Southern person in 2014, 2015. So that South North thing, it don't die. And I like the fact when you said Tinubu wasn't a Southern president, did not made him a president. So if the North are going against him now, okay, so he knows he has a huge responsibility and a huge mountain to climb to appease the North. And the only way we can the North can go against him and fight him tooth and nail is giving them that ticket to fight him, like what they did in 2015, 2014. Because that's where the numbers are, either we like it or not. And that is where the election will be done. Not the South. Because the Northerners is a one way for them most times. But because politics is what? Is a game of numbers. If we give it to anybody in the South today within the coalition and somebody in the South wins the election, we already have a man who has done 4 years in the South. And the South cannot do more than 8 years, according to the way general people, politicians, they always want calculator. So if we give it to somebody in the South and the person eventually wins, is the person ready to do 4 years? And the North will now say, no way. How can this? Let this man just go do his own 4 years and go. So we'll come back to us. In as much I'm not even interested if it's North or South, anyways. But that's how they would do it. Because that's how these politicians think. But they didn't think about that in 2014. To say, okay, let's allow this Southerner finish his 4 years and let it come back to us. Let everyone who is signifying interest to contest as president within the coalition, let them go into a free, fair, credible primaries. Let everybody see it. And I do say these things to so many obedience. Obi is not going to rule over obedience alone. Obi will rule the whole of Nigeria if he becomes president. So when I hear you people say, if it's not the one do it, taking it, Is let him go and form his own political party then. Not necessarily that he has to join the coalition. And good thing about it is that he has his own political life to determine his political future. Nobody will give him the money. Whoa, they make noise for both the obedient and the ones that are not obedient. Nobody will give him money. He's the one that will sit down, look at his account, say, okay, is this one pay me or you don't pay me? It's an investment. It's not doing charity when it comes to politics. And you have to be in power for you to get your money back. That's the plain truth. Let everybody go. Primaries, do your primaries. Whoever comes out of it, fine. At least we know he's free, fair, and credible. Nobody's lobbying for anybody to say, yeah, we must give him. What is the must in it? Okay, you want to give him the ticket, then he has to go back again and start campaigning for which people, the same people that you want to tell that if it's not you, you are not going to do. Make we calm down. Not emotions. It's a game of numbers. Sit down, do your calculations. Do your calculations. If we have another southern person that wins that ticket and they goes there, let me just tell you the truth. It's a walkover for Bath. Because I'm looking at the Northerners are not looking at, say, they want a vice president. They don't care about that. The one that's vice president now, what does he do? Do you ever hear him speak? The only time you see him is when somebody's the campaign, is go there and go and give the person flag. And that's it. He's even trying very hard to be noticed. Went to buy clothes, went to boutique and went to buy clothes, and they're carrying cameras everywhere just to make sure he's relevant. It's nothing. And that's the fear of most of you obedience as well. So if Obi becomes the vice, he won't be noticed. But we knew somebody who was vice 1999 to 2007 who is still relevant to date. So it depends on the person and what you want to bring into the table. In APC, in as much we know saying get sense past the one way did here now. And that's politics. And the question I want to ask, is it that we want to win an election or we just want somebody to go and contest for contesting sake? That is my question I ask all of you all the time. Thank you, Deji. I'll round up now. That's the question. But the truth is, let's allow the coalition continue the conversation. They are not going to tell us whatever they want to do now. They're not giving us manifesto now. They're not telling us their policies now. That is not how it works. When they are done with the coalition and everybody is fine, they've aligned and agree on the political party or agree on how they want to, the sharing formula and the primaries and everything, then they will start politicking and rule out everything we want to hear. But now they are still trying to consult, trying to bring people together and trying to see how we will take off this devilish government. That is what me, I'm listening to hear. For now, do the conversations, making those connections, talk to people, bring people together. Then after then, we'll move on to the next. Not be policy talk. Policy paper is easy to write. They go write them overnight, send them to you. Now within 1 year, they go send them, post them, social media, now go read. Come on, my love now go shout, yes, hey, they want to do free education, do free this, free that. That's what politicians will tell you. Pass that one. Nothing. So what's the policy paper you're talking about? People keep talking, they've not told us what to do. That's not the point now. The point they are now is to bring people together so they form that coalition and know who is on board, who they can trust. Let's give this a chance. This is not about
Yeah.
Buhari, it's not about Atiku, it's not about PO, it's not about El Rufai. It's about how we can take these people out and have a new government that will think about the people and not just the next election. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Um, you guys can hear me, right? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we hear
I'm
you.
so sorry. I'm using bedroom voice, maybe because I'm already about to sleep. Anyway, Gabby, Gabby, I'm not sure he has spoken or she. Gabby, are you there? Gabby self don't tire. All right. Um. Okay. In that case, I just have Sir Josh that has not spoken at all today. So Sir Josh, please go on. Or has he spoken before?
Deji, I never speak anything.
Well, I saw your comment. You say we speak too much English. Why do you want to add to
No,
that
no, no, no.
English?
It's not you. Is he a woman? As in the analysis was there. Jesus Christ. I was laughing. You see, I don't know how we analyze this politics is not your business. It's not where you do your business. Buying and selling. Yeah, is bigger than that. Buying and selling, where you buy your product, decide on if you want to sell it 1 naira or 2 naira. No, it's not. This is not. It's totally different thing. As in some like a region, not they have the vice president now. They are still holding it in their hand, and you're analyzing who will fit that you will give your own. We play too much in this. Hasn't it? You see, I don't know if you can ever just take out our sentiment from our where we stay. At least consider another person's interest, not what benefits you. Me. I always other people will feel the same way people will feel if like vice versa. How you will
Okay,
feel?
Sir Josh, let's not dwell on what I want to
No, no,
learn
no. I
something
just
from
I
you.
just want
Hold
to
on,
round up.
please. I want to
Mm.
learn something before I sleep. Sir Josh, we've seen these leaders come together. Everyone that ADC is the best vehicle for this coalition. In your own view, what do you think they will eventually settle on? If you remember, um, they also the League of Northern Democrats also came out to say they are supporting the coalition and they have commissioned or going to either SDP or ADC. So based on your own calculations, where do you think this will tilt?
Okay, for me, in politics, what matters more is trust. Nobody wants to inherit somebody's structure, like party structure. You don't know their own interest. You don't know where they go to after work in the night. You don't know who they visit. You don't know who is bankrolling them. So any party, like if ADC is to agree that they will dissolve from beginning to end, like from top to bottom, all their structure will be dissolved, both local, both world, both zonal, both state, both national. They will adopt it because the sabotage in government, as in party, mostly somebody like Tinubu who have leg in almost everywhere. What they would do is if ADC do not agree that the structure have to be dissolved and they start new, they will eventually go into creating their own because somebody like Obi will not stand and see maybe someone bringing executives who is loyal to someone in the southeast. No, he's meant to consult with his own stakeholders in the southeast, and everybody bring their own slots. They form the party executive. So
In conclusion, it depends on what the ADC, because just SDP is off because it's already a big party and they dissolving it will be very hard. So I think ADC or creating new party will be the option, because ADC we can easily allow the structure to be dissolved, or they have to create their own party and start from beginning forming their own structure. But who becomes what and what in the party? Because who becomes what matters so much in party management. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. Okay. So can I continue with my submission? There's something I want us to do. Uh, I'm sure, Deji, I'm sure before 2023, you've not heard about it, or have you heard about it? Be frank.
Yeah. Just in passing, to be honest, like I remember that speech he gave at the platform. I also remember the debate with Osinbajo. I think that was very, that went viral that time. But
So
outside
that
of that,
means that
yeah.
that
Oh,
means that
the
pre
yeah.
pre 2019, if not maybe pre 2019, if not known or heard
No, not
about him.
really.
Okay. You see, people say excite you, excite you, excite you. It's because people preached, people marketed him. In politics, you market anybody that as in that fly that is flying ticket that where you lean to. If you see how they watched Tinubu, if you see even how they watched Buhari, as in they watch him with clean. In politics, you cannot just say it must be. Let's just can we, I don't know if you can do that. People are saying that excite you, excite you, excite you. Excite you, all these people that are saying it, they don't know Obi for 2019. It was when he started speaking in national platform, possibly when he became Articles VP, that he had platform to speak to the public. Let's allow these sentiments. Excitement is what you tell people. And nobody, at least 80% of people that voted will be they've not known him or heard about him before. 80, I mean, if I'm not lying, 80%, 80. So, but saying excitement, you still have time to if you not have it today, and you said let's cut off the bridge, why not if you have it next tomorrow? If you don't have it, already made position. He made his name.
keep saying it, this thing will still have a play. And to some extent, it's when it's not transparent and fair. A lot of people will feel disgruntled. They'll feel it wasn't fair. So as such, they don't want to support such. Will you put a gun to their head? You won't. Oh, what we can only do, talk, talk, talk. Okay, rant, rant. Here. People still do what is on their mind, especially Gen Zs. All these Gen Zs, Gen Alphas. You can only talk. They will tell you, is it you that will stay under the sun for them? There is so much we can say. People have their minds. So, and for you to convince younger generations now, because if you look at INEX data, 70% or 75% of the voters 2023, even going to 2027, is more of youths, younger generations. And you know how they are. Coconuts are strongest. You can talk, they'll tell you, rant, rant. No be you go tell me what I go do. So that's just it. We are not saying the direct primaries, oh, we should have primaries, anybody that emerge. But how are we sure it is not transactional politics? We know how these things are. Delegates will still be paid in one way or the other, and it's
But
always
at
so
least
that.
PO would know that now. I mean, PO knows these guys very well. Don't you think so?
Yes, it does. That's the thing. And he will not want to do such. Which is the reason why at times he doesn't want to engage in those primaries, and he probably leaves he leaves the party, and people will now be like, oh, he's not man enough, he's a coward, he's being timid, why can't he face primaries? No, he has been very consistent with his sayings. I'm not against primaries, I'm not against this, but a primary that is not transparent is not fair, because he will tell you he cannot do shishi, can't give shishi, can't go and be inducing people with money. That is the problem. How do we reconcile that? And already, this is someone that can inspire younger generation. We know that as at 2023, some people were 14, 15, 16, and they will be 18 by that 2027. And those people, they get coconutted. If you like, talk, talk, talk on this space, what they want to, they've made up their minds. You can only talk. You will not stay on the queue. You will not stay under the sun for them on that day. So it's not you that will tell them, because most of the people that will do these grassroots works, trust me, it's not only elders, it's not adults, it's more of the younger generations. They are the ones that would let campaigns start. They will be the ones to go to all those remote villages, all those thick areas. There are people that will stay in their hotel rooms. They will not even leave where they are, fold their legs inside this and another. It's these younger people that you can harness to go to help campaign, to reach out to people and all that. Will you force them? So that's why it's not like, oh, people are saying we are forcing people, but you just need somebody that can easily reignite, or that someone that can easily connect, that connects more with the younger generation, that they don't even need to be induced. They can go lengths for. Let me tell you, they are not like us. They are not like, let me say, millennials and all that. If you talk to them, relate with them on a normal day, they are very stubborn. So that's what I have to say. We can talk and talk. People's mind are made up.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's quickly move forward. So, Honorable Amici, how you doing, sir?
Oh, thank you for giving me the mic. Good evening, everyone. Um, Speaking on the topic tonight, the last two speakers talked about why can't obedience be comfortable and allow him to go for primaries. I wouldn't like to repeat what the very last speaker said about it, but Obi is not afraid of primaries. He's only afraid of the corruption in the land. In 2023, when the movement started, we towards the primaries, so the PDP primaries, we found out that this is how PDP do their primaries. And we have to debate, rally. We rallied around the country that's towards that PDP primary in 2023. Give us Obi, give us Obi, give us Obi. Before the primary, Obi left. We have to leave because he have understand how they do it. So is this the same people that he left the party for? That the people that are coming to this ADC again. So, and the same thing is going to play That's why he's not even made any announcement of leaving a Labour Party or coming to ADC. He wants everything that is doing to be in clean slate. So, and you know why these people are putting people to hunger is that whenever they give you like 10K, whenever if you select delegates, give them 50K, vote this person, the person is already the winner. So that's why they are subjecting everybody to hunger. That's why someone pick his mic on the doors for swearing in and declare that subsidy is gone. He's collecting those money, the subsidy money, giving it to those in power, so that they will use it to lobby his people to be able to gather around for him again in the next election. This is just 2 months, 2 years in the office, and people have started having kwashoko. People have started having malnutrition. See, what we are talking about is that we are not, Obi's mission is not our passion. This is, you want to go to Abuja from Delta. You are seeing drivers going to Abuja. You are seeing companies. You are seeing, let me say, you are seeing Ife Sinachi. You are seeing God is good. You are seeing flight, peace, airline peace. You want to tell me that you want to go and enter peace that will go from the land? Or you enter a one that we even start running back to Aba? We are traveling to a better country. If you look at Nigeria, it was answering giants of Africa, but as of today, I tell you that Nigeria should be the least in Africa, no matter what you call it. If you had to rate it, and we'll have someone, you have a candidate that was supposed to even beg, please come and run, come and lead. We know that you are seeing the vision. Even most of us, let me say 80% of people supporting Obi don't have the vision that Obi have, as in cannot lead like him. But we see it that Nigerian deserve good leaders. Now we should beg him instead of all this gangrene this side, carrying all the people to APC so that you win 2027. Why? Do you know, if this man should, if Tinubu should stay in the seat for 8 years in this country, what happened during the World War will repeat itself. You will see children with big head. Why? Kwashoko, malnutrition. Many people are no longer feeding the way they should. Many people that are supposed to go to farm and bring out food, they are no longer going to the farm. The little rice they will see in the markets to buy. Do you know the price of a cup of rice today? Where would they see the money to buy it? Before, they will go to farm and get something from the farm. They will sell it and get what they don't have what they cannot get from the farm. But today, everything is coming from the market. I don't know how people are surviving this time around. So, my people, we should look at where we are going. Why are we supporting Obi? Why do we need a better candidate? So that's the direction. He is the best driver that I can see now. He's the best driver. Atiku and Amechi, all they should, if Atiku love this country, he should support Obi. So, and if Atiku don't supposed to go to, let me say, having coalition with Obi, Atiku is not supposed to go for vice. It's not the turn of his geopolitical zone. No matter that when the president is supposed to go to the southeast, they divided the country into south and north. Is PDP started is they zoned their presidency to the south. They call it south. They divided the whole country into south and north. Why it's supposed to be zoned to southeast? But they zone it to south to favor their political interests. So now, if you are going to the south, to the north, Obi should pick his vice should come from northeast, or just northeast. He should come from northeast, because this is their term. This is their term. The presidency from the south should be in the southeast for 8 years. But if they say that maybe South have South for 4 years, okay, I'm very sure that if you give Obi the president, if Tinubu is able to turn this country around within 2 years, Obi will be able to turn it the same around to good within 2 years. So that 4 years is even too much. So let's support the best driver to take us to where we're going. Thank you.